show. Discuss some things you guys been wanting to talk about. One of my personal inspirations, Nikola Tesla. We'll bring up the Philadelphia experiment. If you never heard about it, we can talk about it today.
Maybe he'd rather see you alone.
Oh, no, I would be happy if you would stay, Mrs. Johnson. What I would like to talk about can be of benefit to the whole of humanity.
If you said that anywhere else, Mr. Tesla, I might not be inclined to believe you. But this is the birthplace of many wonderful things. Here we've become accustomed to seeing the impossible come true.
You better mind your P's and Q's, Sonny. This man is none other than the editor of Century magazine.
Well, I don't suppose Mr. Tesla has even heard of Century, where he comes from. You're French, aren't you?
I've been working there, but I was born in Liga.
And who knows? Maybe Lika is another birthplace of wonderful things. What do you say, Tom?
Never heard of the place.
Yeah?
It's on the border between Austria and Turkey. Liga is the province. Smiljan is the town.
Well, you know what it says here? This is from the manager of my company in Paris. It says, Dear Mr. Edison, I know of only two really great men in this world. You are one of them. And young Nikola Tesla is the other. Okay, Tesla, let's come down out of the clouds. You got something to show me?
Here, Mr. Edison.
You know, when I study the little bit I do study the 1800s, I haven't gone into haven't done a deep dive into the 1800s, but I just feel like we should be way past where we are right now. I know we should be way past where we are. When I say that, I'm talking evolutionary wise, right? Because the everything was there. I'm looking at the designs in the 1800s of just the tapestry, right? The artwork, the deco, all the stuff they were doing. In civilization, it just seems like, according to the Fibonacci numbers, we should have been a little bit further than we are right now. But then somehow we got regressed. I do believe this is on purpose.
As you see, this is a rotating magnetic field.
Well, what's it for?
It cuts the coils at point A and induces a current which flows to the contact rings at point B.
You expect that to start your motor?
Of course, and there is no wasted power from long-distance transmission.
You seem to have forgotten something, Sonny. You don't have a commutator.
There is no need for one. This is alternating current, Mr. Edison.
Alternating?
Yes. Using direct current, you'd need over 100 power stations to light up the city of New York, and even then the outskirts are left in darkness, because direct current cannot reach that far. But with my system, I guarantee that just one power station can light the whole city, and the whole state as well. We are throwing the power given to us by nature to the winds. Electric power, in its present form, is not only imperfect, it's unnatural. As I know you will agree, Mr. Edison, we are out of step with nature's harmony. With alternating current, we are talking about energy in an undreamt of degree. We will build new power stations and demolish old ones.
This guy's a prophet. Uncle Andy was good with you. Oh man, it's necessary, man. It's definitely necessary. Santiago was in the building. He may or may not still be. Salute to Santiago. In today's time, critical thought is absolutely necessary. Critical thought is absolutely necessary, right? And like I said, I think we've been diminished on purpose. It's like our intellect has been attacked. Obviously, I can't prove it, but let's take some of the things that they do on YouTube, for instance, right? Why are there some topics that they'll push you, right? And then when it comes to intellect, they purposely, allegedly, they don't push the video. They don't show you the video, nothing. I've done videos on certain topics they just don't want you to know about. So today is one of those shows where it's like, whoa, I didn't even know that. Right, there's a lot that's gonna come out of today's show. I don't know how long we'll be up here. I could be up here for hours, because I do plan to take my time. We're gonna talk about the Philadelphia. We're gonna talk about a few mathematicians. We're gonna talk about some concepts within the realms of quantum physics, mathematics, and we're gonna talk about history. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to show you some things within history. Yeah. Uncle Andy says he's seen enough proof, and the children are being sabotaged. They are, and the adults too, but mainly the children. You're right. It's mainly the children, because I guess the powers that be figure the adults are adults. Like, you know what I'm saying? We need to attack them while they're young. If we get them near, then it's a greater chance that they will remain docile forever. We're going to talk about the powers that be. We're going to talk about extraterrestrials, who we call extraterrestrials. You understand? I'm not sure I'm still over a comment from yesterday. I think I was called a fool. It gets frustrating because you know, I know what I know. But again, I can't say everything in one sentence. It's one of those. It's a catch-22. If I say everything, then I would have to explain everything. To try to explain everything in one conversation sounds nuts. It will sound nuts without context. You understand? You have to put in context. And the only way I could do that is show by show. Show by show. But thankfully, I love what I do. You understand? So it don't matter what the numbers say. I'm going to get up here and do the same thing because I love what I do. Shout out to everybody that's on the check-in. I know people are getting ready for work, this, that, and the third. Shout out to everybody on the replay gang. You understand? Roderick, Thornton, Angelo. You understand? There's a bunch of them out there on the replay gang. The Truth Lady. bunch. Big T TV, Beat Dolo. Haven't seen the Dread in a while. But the Dread is in the bushes somewhere. Trust me. The Dread is always in the bushes somewhere. Man, Dingo Man. So what we'll do, man, just stick with the show. I don't want to try to explain. Just watch it, because this show kind of fell in my lap from me researching something. I was just learning last night, right? I had some free time, and I was like, you know what? Won't I open up some of the books that I said I'm gonna open up when I'm out there on the road? I'm like, man, when I get back home, I'm gonna look at this information. So I'm sitting in my office, and I'm like, yo, you got some free time, right? Open up one of those books. I open up one of those books. It takes me on a journey, and I'm like, holy smokes! Just like the first couple of paragraphs. But it has taken me on a journey that I've been to some of these places before. So what it did was unlock some other areas, and I put them together. But I didn't have a lot of time to do it. You understand? So I think we should just freeball this episode and see where it takes us. I think that's the best thing to do. Hopefully whoever does watch it, you'll be blessed. Let's get back to this film right here for a second.
It's a giant step forward. It will transform the whole world.
Now, Nikola Tesla said something. He said something about being out of sync, out of rhythm, right? And in my studies last night, I did run into something called biorhythm. Let's go here. I was able to create a small slide real quick. Nothing crazy. So, in my studies last night, I ran across something called biorhythms. Biorhythms are a theory that your physical, emotional, and mental energies rise and fall in predictable cycles starting from the day you're born. I always tell my audience, like, patterns. You gotta be able to recognize patterns. So even without me knowing anything about biorhythms, I already had used my experience on Earth to recognize biorhythms. I'm like, yo, you gotta recognize patterns. There's something going on where it repeats, but that is oscillation. Right? It goes up and then it comes back down. So when we talk about frequency and we say, yo, everything is a frequency, everything vibrates, and when we're using these terms, it is important to understand the mechanics of these terms. I've been recognized, yo, certain times during the month, this is more prone to happen. But I recognize this. It's not like I've had a conversation with anybody else about this, because it's a personal conversation for me. That's data for me. That's information for me. I've never had to tell somebody, yo, no, this is going to happen at this time. It's just I picked up on it and was like, nah, don't do this around this time. Or do this. Right now, go do this, because this is a good time of the month to go do this. I just recognize this. Turns out there is a whole science theory behind this that people use in metaphysics, alternative health, soldier performance prediction, aviation fatigue studies, esoteric communities, and personal self-tracking. which I have been using what they call biorhythms for. I've been using it for personal self-tracking. According to the theory, the human body has 3 repeating cycles. Those cycles will be physical, emotional, and intellectual. Now, there's some loose timelines here. Physical, 23 days, strength, stamina, reaction time, muscle, energy. The emotional, 28 days, mood, creativity, sensitivity, intuition, and intellectual, 33 days before the pattern repeats itself, which is logic, memory, analysis, concentration. These cycles go through high periods, these cycles go through low periods, and then something that's called critical days where they cross 0. And this would be very unstable. Now, it's crazy what you don't know will hurt you. I hate to bring race into this, right? But just walk with me for a second. I usually always hate to bring race into it, but when you live on a planet where things are out of whack, you can't help but to bring it up. You have to be informed about certain things, but when there's a group of people who are more informed about you than you are about you, you can almost guarantee those people will figure out eventually that they have to manipulate you because you are just too docile to do anything with. They feel they have to tell you what to do at that point because you are obviously not intelligent enough to adapt and evolve, obviously. I'm just telling you, this is how they're going to think, and this is how they do think. So therefore, it's like, no, we have to just control them. The sad part is, out of all the demographics on this earth, I would say the Black American would probably be the number one on that list that refuses to adapt and evolve. I don't say that out of harshness. I don't say that because I hate you. Obviously. Excuse me. I say that because I really want to see us get into the sciences, the math, the science, understand it, take advantage of it, flourish. But as long as we don't, and other people continue to understand us, everyone, more than we understand, right? We can't participate in these conversations. We can't participate in this intellectual dialogue. This is a big problem. This is a big problem. We are like 100. This is not even an exaggeration. I think after researching, this is my own assessment. Most people are like 100 years behind. Most people are like 100. But and I say that because the information that's out there, the knowledge that's out there, it's not that it never came out. There are people who you should know in life, whose their names will never be famous, and I'm gonna talk about some of these people today. You don't know them, and my theory is you don't know them because if the world was to push these people, if the powers that be was to push their names, then you would probably look into what they did. And then when you did that, you would discover, like, wait a minute, this person is really the bee's knees. And it might inspire you. This technology, I've always said, we have wireless since the 1800s. Nobody pays attention to that, right? People going crazy over electric cars. You seen the new Tesla? Yo, bro, the first cars was electric. What are you talking about? You're wilding. The electric car is not a new thing. It's an old thing. So it goes back to what I'm saying. We're being purposely held back, and in my opinion, it's so that the elite can continue to make money off of the old inventions, things that they've placed as staples in civilization, which by now we should be moving on, but then that interrupts their ability to continue to make money in those areas. Give me 1 second. Just want to check on something. Thank you. La Familia is in the house. I got some good stuff on this episode here. Right? Let me go ahead and put you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put the chat over here so I can see it while we're watching whatever we're going to watch. We're going to watch a bunch of stuff today. It's a good, even though I threw this show together, I think I did a good job at just throwing it together, to be honest with you. So, talk about a lot of stuff. We're going to get busy today. All right, let's get back to this. And let me bring the chat back up. Boom. Cool. All right, we went through this high period. Yeah, so the cycles go through a high period. The cycles go through a low period. And again, I already discovered this about myself. However, I will say this. I didn't call it biorhythms because I didn't know to call it a biorhythm. I didn't know there was a term for what I was already experiencing. However, I will say this. I used to blame the moon, right? There's something that happens, things that happen around a full moon for my life where I started recognizing. But I started recognizing this at young, right? So this is what happened. And I don't want to make it sound like cliche, like, the full moon. But when the full moon used to be out, it's like I couldn't sleep, right? And I would just get in the car and just drive around the city. Now, this is not always good, man. If you don't have this is never good for a young person. If you don't have no intent, no solid intention of doing something, I would not suggest you just come outside and just be frolicking about. You might find yourself in places that we have a term called wrong place, wrong time. But if your silly ass was never outside to begin with, then you would have never had to deal with the wrong place, wrong time. So after a while of just popping outside and riding around and getting into things, I started to notice. I said the last time I did this, I looked up and it was a full moon. That's what I started to notice, right? Then, when this kept on happening, I looked up and I said, that probably got something to do with it. This is before I learned that 75% of the earth, 70% of the earth is water, 70% of your body is water. This is before I learned that the lunar energy has an effect, a strong effect on water, right? This is where the tide comes in, right? High tide, low tide. If it's going to have effect on, if it's pulling on the water in the ocean, I said, what makes it, now that I know that my body is 70% water, could it also be pulling on the water in my body? Could that be affecting my decisions? And I'm not saying that is the only variable. I'm just saying this could be one of the variables that, for one of the, the reasons that I'm just outside, can't sleep, I'm restless. This can cause restlessness. You understand? You don't know how to explain the tingling in your body, and you tossing and turning. We don't know how to explain it. We've lost the ancient ways because of a few people who want to control the data that was recorded. There's something called a Farmer's Almanac. I try to pick up one every new year. This has been around, and if you ever look into that, I mean, no one really looks at Farmer's Almanac as weird people. But these are the same people who could predict certain things. The Almanac is an amazing little pamphlet if you could pick one up. It'll knock your socks off. Like, yo, that's crazy. I just predict this. Well, it's data that was recorded by our ancestors. All of our ancestors. All of us. So we understand the highs, we understand the lows, but then there's critical days. Ooh. Critical days when the cycle crosses the zero line. This is believed to be the day of emotional volatility, physical accidents, bad decisions. You understand? Sometimes things be going on and I got a question. Are we in retrograde? Is Mercury in retrograde right now? Right? Because so much things start happening that will just throw your reality off, throw your day off. Now, what I always tell you guys, you got to recognize patterns. What I started doing, as soon as I see something like this stupid starting to happen, right? I ease off the gas. In Home Alone, there's a scene where Kevin's parents threaten him that he's going to have to sleep with his cousin, Fuller. So, when they threaten Kevin, say, yo, you're going to sleep with your cousin, and he looks over on his cousin, and they say Fuller's still wet in the bed, and Fuller's drinking a Pepsi. And then his parents says, easy on the Pepsi, Fuller. Right? So, that's where me and my daughter get easy on the Pepsi, Fuller. Easy on the Pepsi, Fuller. You understand? So, when I recognize these crazy things starting to happen during the month, easy on the Pepsi, Fuller. I just back up, right? I don't try to fight the energy. So that means I'm slow my day down. I become more conscious of what's going on, right? Because it's just start to pay attention, right? When you do this, you become less frustrated because it's not that you're expecting something to go wrong, right? You're just watching cautiously for anything that is out of sync. And there will be plenty of things out of sync when these days come. The big thing is not to fall into this with frustration. It's like a trap, right? You start wilding out, you start getting emotional, and that never helped me. So now, when I recognize this, I just fall back. Something happened at work, it extends my day by 2 hours, I just fall back. These will be frustrating days. Every bullet point up here, usually during that time when this happens, I have experienced the emotional volatility, the physical accidents. Yep, definitely bad decisions. 100% miscommunication. 100% mental fog. A little bit, not so much. Poor reaction time. Yes. So over time, when I'm telling you, when I say you have to force yourself to get involved in intellectual discourse. You have to, because then you will find out that the powers that be, while you was at work, they were not sitting around fiddling their thumbs waiting for you to finish work. They were using their resources to research things about you so they would know more about you. So when I say we're 100 years behind, the research that they have obtained and the inventions that they have created and the discoveries that they have made, we have no idea. We thinking the things we're seeing on TV are merely imaginative, when in fact, much of these things are documented, and some claim them to be actual factual. Let's just take one. Trying to see where I want to start. Do I want to start with the Spider-Man Hydra Collider? That creates different dimensions? Well, we know there's definitely a collider, I think in the Netherlands, that smashes atoms together. What we don't know for a fact, we could theorize that it is fracturing this dimension based off rationale, just based off logic, right? If all is one and energy cannot be destroyed or created but can only be transferred, then when you do find a way to actually crack one atom, because there's information in there that belong to what, another time period, obviously. When you crack that, what have you done? Have you altered the past? What does that do? Does that alter the present? So when we come across something like the Mandela effect, it's rational. But that's just one thing. We get movies like Stranger Things. For whatever reason, they like to put this in the movies. If they're going to tell you it's going to be in a movie or a book, will you take it serious? More than likely not. More than likely, you're not going to take it serious at all. Let me see here. I got the old eyes. It says the irony of him saying that you need to force yourself into mental discourse when he ignores the opinions of others in his chat. I don't ignore you. I'm doing a show that you possibly enjoy because you come by more than once. And this type of discourse and intellect is hard to come by on the internet because most people want to satisfy their own self and they're chasing money. So they're not really having these type of dialogues from the heart. So I would please remind everyone, I have a show to do, and I don't always look at the chat. I stop from time period, and then, from time to time, and I will just say, okay, let me go through the chat and see. But you must have patience. I have tens of people watching, sometimes hundreds, and sometimes thousands. And I must create a good show for everyone. So, my apologies to you if I did not look at your chat. Now, you wanted to say something philosophical and sound intelligent, do you? Let me read your comment. Noon says, if you really want to go deep, you need to understand that nothing outside your own mind can be proven. You only assume reality exists outside of your mind. Thank you for that. Thank you. And now that you've proven that you're smarter than all of us, we are humbled by your presence, your majesty. If I may continue with the show. If you really want to go deep. People who believe in biorhythms use them to track, like I said, when they will peak at energy, when they should avoid heavy stress, mood, emotions are unstable, when intuition or creativity peaks. I wrote some of my best albums when I discovered this. And this is what we call knowledge of self, by the way. You have to know knowledge of self. The first thing they taught me in mystery school, as soon as I walked through the door, boom, knowledge of self. You must understand yourself. When you go to if you enter into Scientology, which I am not a member of, but I know for a fact they are big on the knowledge of self, which is kind of like an L. Ron Hubbard type of vibe going on over there, where they'll they have like thousands, hundreds of questions for you, and it's not really only for you. They're keeping a record on who you are, but they're going to analyze that data as they're asking you these questions, and then they will formulate who you are. Am I saying that they're going to manipulate you after that? I'm not saying that. But you have to consider the fact it could be done if somebody's asking you all these questions about yourself and they're recording it and then they store it in the archive. I mean, you have to ask yourself, are you guys trying to categorize me and manipulate me? However, you can categorize yourself. So like I said, I wrote like 2 dope albums. The Gift of Magicians and the Purpose of Prophets. I wrote that every morning. I would just start writing at 6 o'clock in my head. I didn't use paper at this time. I would just write the song in my head. I was big on trying to, and it's funny because you say you know how to do that, but when I went to go perform, I didn't know none of my lyrics. I sucked as a performer, and probably still do. I don't know. I haven't tried, but because I bombed so much. Bombed. Talk about bomb. I sucked as a performer, bro. I couldn't remember none of my lyrics, but when I wrote the lyrics, I didn't have any problem writing 3 songs and keeping them up here until I went to the studio. And then I would do it and then start a new batch of 3 songs. But this creativity only really came in the morning, I noticed. So I would not try to write after a while. I would not even try to write after a certain part of the day. Like, I'm not writing no lyrics in the afternoon with this peak chaos going on. Like, that wasn't a good idea for me. And people really enjoyed The Gift of Magician's Purpose of Profits, and Wheel of Fortune. Those are 2 albums that I did that people really enjoy. And the last bullet point is when intelligence or focus is at its strongest. Now, all right. So I just want to make sure I don't go too far within the. Now, where these ideas came from? For some strange reason, bro, I ain't gonna hold you. The Germans had a lot of smart scientists. Now, we will get into today why that might be. My ideas are obviously fringe. And I say that proudly. I don't trust mainstream all the time. Obviously they have some valid points, but they mainstream tends to get corrupted by money and the elite, and when they want to persuade the conversation or the narrative to be biased, then they just pay some people to do it, and next thing you know, some guy or gals out here chanting stupid stuff and trying to make it accepted by all. And they're burying history. Now, where did this theory come from? These biorhythms were invented by German researchers around 1900. Dr. Wilhelm Fleiss proposed the physical and emotional cycles. We do have to consider that he was very good friends with Sigmund Freud. They even look similar. There are books out there with their discourse of letters, because at this time we had not utilized wireless communication and through cellular and all these other things yet. So a popular way of communicating with people were written letters. Dr. Hermann Swoboda. How do you say that? Swoboda? Maybe. Claim people have repeating personal rhythms. And I couldn't find a picture of Dr. Alfred Teltscher, who added the intellectual cycle. By the 1970s, the biorhythms became popular in what? U.S. Navy, pilots and astronauts, business executives, and athletes. So what are we talking about here? What we're talking about is what I said a second ago, where Noon scolded me. The irony of him saying that you need to force yourself into mental discourse when he ignores the opinions of others. Huh? That's crazy talk. I say again, you have to get involved. And I didn't say mental discourse, I said intellectual. Please listen to me when I say something. I don't know what mental discourse is. You have to get involved in intellectual discourse, conversations, so that you are aware of the new trends. Because when these people sit down at these forums, workshops, annual summits, they will tell you how these ideas have been splintered off into separate industries, and how each industry is using this in a different way. This is what we call trends. Now, I'm just mentioning these things just to soften up the tissue a little bit, because we will talk about some other things Do I want to get into this yet? I don't want to get into this yet. So this is a great place to stop this slide. And where do I want to go now? Oh, I know where I want to go. All right. So now we're going to do something. We're going to watch a little. We're going to watch a video for a while. You guys could take notes. You could leave. I don't care. I'll be here. You understand? Do I want to tell you who this guy is? That's a good idea. Let's slow down. Because I want to speak about Mr. A guy called Bielek. Bielek. So before I get crazy, I'm going to let Bielek talk, but let me kind of see where we're going to talk, where we're going to start from. I guess we can start right here. All right. I'll read. Don't ask me where I'm reading from. I'm not telling you. Thousands of years, many contactees, and abductees repeatedly describe an insignia of a flying serpent on a shoulder patch, a badge, a medallion, or a helmet. The serpent race also lives underground. We just start here. Don't worry. Just stick with me. It'll pick up. I just gotta lay some context down about what we will be talking about today. Now, I don't think I need to really go into that first comment because that is true. We know, most of us know the legends of the serpent people, right? It's history. We may call this myth, but to some people it's literally history, right? You can call the idea of Quetzalcoatl a myth, but for the people in that general vicinity where this myth is from, to them it's history. It's not nothing mythological about it at all. There was an incident during the time preparations when testing of the Philadelphia experiment, that's what we'll be talking about today, the Philadelphia experiment, was being done. So as the people were preparing for the Philadelphia experiment, if you don't know what the Philadelphia experiment is, it's okay because we're going to go over it today. Three UFOs appeared over the USS Eldridge, which was the name of the battleship being used for the invisibility project known as the Philadelphia experiment. On August 3rd, they were trying to warn the crew on the USS Eldridge not to go on with the experiment before the actual test day, which was on Saturday, August 12, 1943 AD. When the test began on Saturday, August 12, 1943, two of the ships left the area and the third got sucked up into hyperspace with the Eldridge, and another one ended up in Montauk. What caused this lockup in hyperspace? The lockup was caused by the experiment that occurred August 12, 1943. 40 years into the future on August 12, 1983. The same experiment was being conducted, and every 40 years the planet Earth reached a peak. Because the Earth is a living, breathing entity, also with a biorhythm. Just like the human body has a biorhythm. This is not the first time we've seen, just in case you're like, I don't know if the Earth has a biorhythm, you know what I'm saying? I've heard, I know your body, I'll believe that, Solid D. Well, there are some coincidences, like the same amount of water that's on Earth is the same amount of water that's in your body. It could just be a coincidence, bro. Could be a coincidence. Percentage-wise, I'm talking. You understand? So, could it be that your body has a biorhythm and the Earth has a biorhythm? You'll decide. On this particular day, hold on, let me try to bring up the chat. Cool. On this particular day was that peak. Now, the experiment on the USS Eldridge was performed many times before, but it was a dry run, meaning there was no crew members on the ship during the initial testing, so nothing happened. They did other testing, and it also went well. Once they did a test run with a small crew on board and aborted, and there were adverse results. Although no one was affected visibly, physically, there were effects psychologically and physiologically. Psychologically and physiologically. What was different about this testing that affected the crew? During this testing, the crew was affected because the amount of power that was being generated, not only to make the ship invisible, but also the crew, was too much for the human psyche or mind to bear. The scientist, Mr. Nikola Tesla, received a lot of technology from extraterrestrials. Now, you're probably saying, I never heard anything like this before. However, I will show you something later on where Nikola Tesla himself has said that he has communicated with other planets, but it was brushed over. Much of what Tesla did and said was kind of like, people just treated him very bad and poorly. I kind of wish he had a little bit more thug in him. He needed to thug it out a little bit more. He received a lot of technology from the extraterrestrials. He was also head of this experiment. This Philadelphia experiment. Most of the equipment was designed by Tesla, and he worked closely with Mr. Alfred Bielek, and Duncan Cameron. Nikola Tesla tried to stall, telling the Navy if the experiment continued, there would be terrible results, where people would be lost every day. Nikola Tesla said he knew how to solve the problem but needed more time. The Navy insisted that they were at war and the experiment had to be complete by the given deadline in March 1942. So when the day came, Nikola Tesla just detuned the equipment so that when the switch for the generators was thrown, energy was consumed and nothing happened. Mr. Nikola Tesla took the fall and said he failed. He said that Dr. John Eric von Neumann, another scientist who assisted Nikola Tesla, who was on the team, could take over. These names are going to be mentioned later on, so you might either want to write them down or something. What happened to Tesla after this? Now, everything I'm reading right now, I'm giving you the pre-context because we are going to listen to Mr. Baalbek speak. So, I'm just giving you some context so that when he starts talking, you're not like, yo, what are we even listening to? Now it's coming from the horse's mouth, and he's going to tell you about this, and then he's going to tell you about more than this. It's amazing what you don't know. After this, Nikola Tesla was staying at the Hotel New Yorker where he had a lab. He continued the experiments, which also involved teleportation, which was another part of the Philadelphia experiment. True. Because once the ship disappeared, it was teleported to another location. He also had a room at the Waldorf Astoria where there was a transmitter receiver, where people say he was in constant contact with extraterrestrials. Tesla was found dead 10 months after he left the Navy, on the floor of his hotel room at the Hotel New Yorker. His cause of death was said to have resulted from coronary thrombosis, meaning he died in his sleep. Actually, he was visited by the alleged men in black. Well, what happened to the experiment after Tesla left? John Eric von Neumann became head of the experiment and told the Navy he needed time to study everything that Tesla started, but he could make the experiment work. He added another generator which didn't work right because it would never lock in with or sync up with the other two generators that were especially designed by Tesla. When you are dealing with this much power, they must be in complete electrical sync and not through mechanical means. They needed a computer that hadn't been invented yet. They also said they needed a larger ship. A battleship was not large enough, so they picked a new ship off the line called the DE-173, later called the Eldridge Subalert. This was designed in July 1942. What happened with the third generator? As said before, it never worked right because it never would lock up with the other generators, and it even zapped one of the crew members. So the third generator was removed and they continued to work with the other two. There was an upcoming test, July 22, 1943, with a total crew of 15 men, including Bielek and Duncan. Remember, in a moment, we're going to hear from Bielek directly, because much of when you try to look the Philadelphia experiment up, it is obviously downplayed, right? It's myth turned into a myth. There's all type of confusion surrounded by it. It's cloaked in all type of obscurity, and obviously we know this is to throw everyone off. No, this never happened. This is a myth. This is what happened. It was a rumor. Why should we believe these people? When? What day did they ever tell us the truth? Right? These are the same people that told me that it was a weather balloon that out in Roswell. Told everybody it was a weather balloon and came up with some flimsy aluminum, and it was crazy. And people just went for it, right? Did people go for it because they believed it, or did people go for it because they just didn't want no problems with the military? My guess would be the latter. So when the test date arrived, the engines were cut off and the ship was drifting freely in the water. The switch was thrown and the ship became invisible for 15 to 20 minutes. There were a lot of people affected. Some were nauseated and thoroughly disoriented. Yet, at this time, no one was dead or physically injured. And as Tesla said, the minds of the crews were affected. The Navy asked Dr. von Neumann what happened. Of course, he couldn't supply them with an answer. And they pulled the crew off and said they would try it again on August 12th. They also asked for Dr. Erich von Neumann to modify the equipment where the ship was only invisible through radar, but was still there visibly. They needed this because in the instance where there was poor visibility light, you would need to see a ship right next to you. Or by the time you find out, you would have rammed into the side of another ship. This was an eventual success. It is what you call the stealth bomber today. That was used during the Gulf War and was invisible to radar, but still visible to the eye. It was made from granite rock and some other components. They also have a stealth ship called the Sea Shadow, originally known as the Hughes mining barge. It was built in 1970 AD and introduced to the public in 1982. The purpose of this stealth is to track IFOs that are under the water. As of 1993, it was reported to be operating in the areas of Iceland after IFO activity was reported. Trying to see how much of this I want to continue to read. I guess I'll read it all. When the date of the testing came, 3 extraterrestrial crafts were seen over the harbor. They were actually trying to warn the Navy not to continue on with this experiment that particular date because of the peaks in the Earth's biorhythm. So when the switch was thrown, the ship disappeared and reappeared 3 hours later with devastating effects. When the ship reappeared 3 hours later, they couldn't get the ship to move and there was no radio communication. So when they went out on the deck, that's when they saw 4 men embedded in the deck. 2 were in the steel deck and tops and 2 were in the bulkhead. Another man had his hand jammed in the steel wall. He lived because his hands were cut off and he was given artificial ones. Some were even seen floating freely through the air and floated off the deck. Some men were glowing. Others were fading in and out of dimension until they died. Others regressed back to infancy because they couldn't lock back into their original zero-time reference. If a person went past the point of their natural lifetime, they came back dead. There were deformities, limbs removed, kidneys removed, and others were more lucky and were able to get their feet back on the ground. Others burst into flames. Some were in the state called deep freeze for so long that when they returned, they just went insane. Deep freeze is where a person is unable to move for so long, not being aware of their surroundings, to the point where they have no concept of time. Was everyone on board this ship affected? No. Mr. Bilek and Mr. Duncan were below deck, behind a wall, were unaffected. Because Bilek and Duncan felt uncertain about the results, they jumped overboard thinking they would land in water and found themselves on the grass outside of the underground in Montauk, New York. They were sucked into a tunnel in hyperspace and ended up in 1983 with Dr. John Eric von Neumann, who they just saw as a very young man, were very shocked to see as an older man 40 years later. Someone knew about the experiment and made sure they would lock up for whatever reason. Once they met with the older von Neumann, he told them that they had to go back and shut the generators off by any means necessary, even if it had to be destroyed. He even added, "We know you did because the records say you did. These records about the experiment are said to be in Canada." I believe every word of this. This is crazy. I definitely believe every word of this. People playing around with time machines, time travel. Stay tuned. I'm going to have Bialek. He's going to explain this. I'm just giving you some type of context right now. So when we do listen to it, because I'm just going to let it play and I'm not going to interrupt. It's just going to play and you're going to listen for however long you want to listen. Now, suppose you're like, yo, I don't really got the time for that. You can just go over to Beyond You TV and the complete interview with Bialek is up on Beyond You TV right now in the documentary section of the platform. Right? So it's up to you. But that's Beyond You TV. We are on Roku. You can download it in your app store on your mobile device. Right? Okay, how did they lock up into hyperspace? The planet Earth is alive with grids and force fields around it. As humans have called an aura, this makes the Earth a living entity. The Earth grows outward from the center of the Earth towards the sun, trees, grass, water. It is alive. It forms energy. You have to be in tune or have a way to tune in on your personal zero time reference, which for each individual is the day you were born. So if they are knocked out of place by something, as what happened in the Philadelphia experiment, it would be correctly immediately. They didn't know that everyone has a zero time reference. Mr. Tesla knew and designed the generators that had a basic zero time reference of our galaxy, which proves he had been in contact with extraterrestrial beings since this experiment was happening during the same time and affected every aspect of things touched by time and space, including the crew. As said, every person has their own zero time reference, different, separate from everyone else's. That's the reason why in the Philadelphia experiment, when the personnel reappeared, their zero time reference were off. Dr. von Neumann didn't understand the human factor and emotions and biorhythms, both of which the planet Earth as a living entity has. Scientists call this study of metaphysics and is not recognized as a true science. It is often not understood. We went over biorhythms. Biorhythms are cyclical biological functions, meaning it is change that occurs as a natural function and part of the body that has a peak or critical point. On this particular day, the Earth was at its critical point, so anything affected by time and space was altered. This fact caused a strange phenomenon. Dr. Eric von Neumann didn't understand that the human being was a time zero reference. These references are very fragile. What was needed was a computer to synchronize everything, but at this point in time, a computer hadn't been created. It says here, Dr. Eric von Neumann created one of the first computers in the 1950s and had a full working model in 1952. So by 1953, He had a modern electric computer. 1993 was the last opening of the vortex. Mr. von Neumann tried the test of invisibility again. It was a complete success. No one suffered the strange side effects like nausea or insanity, and none of the strange phenomena. At this point, the project was renamed the Phoenix Project from the Rainbow Project as it was known originally in the 1940s. I can tell you this, we absolutely do have the stealth bomber. It is definitely famous for being invisible, whether on radar or in reality. Let me go a little bit further before we even get to his own admission that this actually went down. When the USS Eldridge was stuck in hyperspace, there was a series of extraterrestrial crashes that happened between the years of 1943 and 1983. There were a series of crashes in New Mexico. The crashes that occurred in Roswell were in two parts. In the first crash, there were no survivors. The second part had one survivor, and Dr. von Neumann talked to this EB, or extra biological entity, who gave him some clues to solving the problem. The problem or solution was esoteric or something from within. He was shaken. He had to go back and study metaphysics. Of course you did. An actual rotation in space. And the space field had to be created for this experiment, which only can be accomplished with a zero-time reference. These references are so fragile that they were knocked loose because of all this megawatts of energy being used. This generator existed and was created by Nikola Tesla in the 20s. Were Duncan and Bialik used for future experiments? Yes. For instance, since there was a von Neumann in the future, there was also a Bialik and a Duncan in the future. Now, no two things of the same thing can occupy the same space at any time. If they ever should touch, they will turn into a blob of matter and will keep turning inside out until they disappear. So neither of the Bialiks nor the Duncans could come in contact with each other. The Duncan of 1983 was reduced to a derelict, I think. And in the meantime, Duncan had a love interest in 1983, so he was not anxious to go back to 1943. Wow. While Bialik, on the other hand, had ties to someone in 1943. And while he was in the hospital, he started to fade in and out of that dimension. This is crazy. And now that I'm thinking about Back to the Future, this is freaking nuts. This is nuts. You know, in Back to the Future 3, they had the skateboard that like hovered. And I was at home and I was like, I know how to make those. And the reason I thought I knew how to make it is because at school I used to play with the magnets. And when I would flip one of the magnets over to the other side so that I would try to force the opposites together. Or the likeness together, I think. Then it would like push the other magnet by force. They would not go together. It would just push it straight in whatever direction I wanted it to go. And I said, if you could do something like that, then you could. Obviously, there was more to it. It wasn't that simple, right? But I felt like something with the magnets repelling against each other. Anyway, when did that movie come out? In 80 something? I'm just now seeing advertisement for the hovering sneakers, right? The hovering crap, the like. I've seen the hovering footwear. I haven't seen hovering skateboard yet. I don't think they want that type of lawsuit out, but they have it. Is my point, right? They've been had this technology, so we're way behind. But again, I say, how many movies have you watched where it's like, even The Walking Dead? When you think about The Walking Dead logically, it's not. When you think about I Am Legend, none of these things are so far-fetched that you think, oh, it can't happen. No. Especially when you see what Dr. Fauci just did. And especially when you listen to the rhetoric that's still going on amongst these crazy capitalists like Bill Gates. And he's like, oh, there will be another pandemic, right? And who's to say they're going to take it milder next time? Who's to say they're going to go in the mild direction? Maybe they're going to feel next time, here, we didn't go strong enough last time, right? People cured themselves. They figured it out. We have to go balls against the wall. And they're going to try something stupid that they can't undo. And then it's going to really affect people where you're alive but you're not alive, right? And it's going to be crazy infection. This is what I'm thinking. I'm not saying this is going to happen. But when I see the movies, I'm like, a lot of things have been in movies that's true. That's the crazy part. Right? Some things in movies just have been straight up true. Let me get back to this. Oh, there's something in here dealing with vaccines too. We'll get to that in a second. Something caught his attention. Okay. So he was in a hospital. He started fading in and out. As he was going back to 1943, something caught his attention in a side tunnel. It was a group of extraterrestrials that wanted him to go to 1947 to retrieve a crystal they had lost during a crash in New Mexico. The crystal was supposed to be returned to them when they made a deal with former President Eisenhower to give certain information for vaccines. They willingly gave up the information, thinking the government would return their crystal to them. But they were deceived by Harry S. Truman, who was the president at the time. What was so important about the crystals? All right, this is really getting into extraterrestrial talk. The Greys needed the crystal because it was a charger device for their crafts, as well as a communicator for the heavens. What happened to Duncan after Bialek went back through the time tunnel? Duncan had told the girl he was seeing about the whole story, and she started to believe him. Especially when he started to flicker in and out of dimensions. So after some persuasion, because he was afraid to die, he went through, and while he was back through, he veered to the left and saw his brother captured by the Greys from a place called Zeta Reticulian. I looked this up, and apparently Zeta Reticulian is real. I was like, what? This is a real place? Apparently. And it was pulled into the dimension. The Greys told him when the ship crashed in 1947, a crystal was needed from the ship. At this time, man didn't have computers, so they didn't have a need for the crystal, and it could be dangerous and cause damage. They made him vow to go and get the crystal. At this point, the Greys were in the year 2001 of their of their extraterrestrial time. They veered down another time zone, and the EBs arranged for one of them, the two brothers, Alfred Balek, to go back in time to get the crystal. Alright, I think we're good here. I think I want to start Mr. Balek himself. He's going to give a little history on certain scientists. He's going to start with Einstein. He's going to start with Tesla. Just let him do his thing. Just let him do his thing.
Perhaps the first person to go into in the history is, of course, the man who was the first director, and he was born the first, and that was Nikola Tesla. He was born 1856 in Smiljan, Croatia, which is now part of Yugoslavia. It's a very small town. He was born of relatively poor parents. His father was a preacher, a priest actually, in the church, and his mother, while illiterate, apparently had a great deal of capability of building things, designing things, little inventions around the home and this sort of thing. His father was perhaps more stern, his mother was more loving. And his father, of course, being a priest, expected young Nikola to also follow in his footsteps and become a priest. Well, Nikola, from an early age, approximately 7, had the idea that he wanted to do something else. He wanted to do something creative. He had a great deal of interest in science and math at an early age. He used to read books at night until his father came in and took them away from him and put the light out. Lights, of course, in those days being a candle. And his mother tried to sort of foster his interests. But at a fairly early age, he came down with an extreme illness, very ill, to the point almost of death. And his father finally relented. Perhaps there was a little bit of conversation to the effect that, well, I want to go to school. And his father says, no, I want you to be a priest. His father finally said, all right, if you get well, you can do whatever you want. You can go to engineering school. So Tesla got well. Whether this was accidental or by design, anybody can speculate, who knows. In 1879, he did, after finishing what they call the gymnasium, he did go to school in the college, the university for the first year. He was an outstanding student. But then something unpredicted happened. His father died, and all funding was cut off. He continued as much as possible to monitor the schools and the schooling, but he had to go to work. So he went to work for the telephone company for a number of years. Then he went to work with the European Edison Company that had its headquarters in Paris. And from Paris, in 1884, he decided it was time to leave for the United States. He started out with a fairly good amount of baggage and whatever else he wanted to bring with him, but somehow it got lost in transit, stolen or whatever. He went up in his boat with his ticket, came to the U.S., went to Ellis Island like everybody else, arrived, as they say, with 4 cents in his pocket and a book of poetry. At that point, a working knowledge of 11 languages, and most important of all, a letter of introduction to Thomas Alva Edison from the manager of the works in Paris. So he went to Edison, took whatever work he could in the meantime because he had no money. He was seen around New York for a period of time digging ditches. And Edison interviewed him, put him to work. And about 6 months later, they had an argument over money. The nature of the argument was rather simple. He had been promised if he could solve a specific problem for Edison that he would pay him $50,000 in cash. Well, he solved the problem for Edison. And he went to Edison for his reward, if you will, his bonus. And Edison said, oh, I thought you appreciated the American sense of humor. He said, you're not getting any money. Well, Tesla did not appreciate the American sense of humor, and he left. He walked out, went back to digging ditches. Shortly after that, the head of the Western Union Company, whose name I do not recall, but it is in the movie done by Zagreb Productions out of Yugoslavia, entitled The Secret of Nikola Tesla, which is an excellent documentation of his early life. Along comes the president of Western Union, actually introduced to him by the publisher and the wife of Century magazine in New York, whom Tesla had met at Edison's lab. In fact, they were instrumental in getting Tesla to be introduced to and actually interviewed by Edison. They came along with the president of Western Union, and he talked to him and said, "Mr. Tesla?" I said, "Yes." He said, "What are you doing?" He says, "I think that should be obvious. I'm digging ditches." He says, "Well, I've heard about you. What would it take to get you to work on your motor?" He said, "It would take my own lab and the money." He says, "I will not take somebody else's. I would like to build my own lab." And he says, "How much money do you think it will take?" He says, "Oh, probably $30,000. So the president of Western Union wrote out the check, gave it to him. He says, "Okay, get out of the ditches and start going to work." Which he did. That was the beginning of the, you might say, the climb to fame of Nikola Tesla. He built his motors and his generators out of his theory. He already had 20 patents on AC electrical theory, motors, generators, and what have you. And he used to demonstrate many things at the old Institute of Electrical Engineers in New York, which was founded about 1879, if I remember correctly. And it was a little later than that he gave his demonstration one day in AC power systems against the normal DC power being used in New York, of course, at that time. Edison, already being very well established in the power industry as a proponent of DC, had built DC generators and motor systems and power transmission systems all over the United States and Europe. But DC had one major drawback. You could not transform it in voltage, and the IR drop, as they call it, the drop through the power lines due to the load consumption, became excessive, and they could only wire them to run a few miles before the voltage dropped so low that it was useless. Tesla's system with AC power was basically, as those of you who ever studied it know, was to transmit high voltage power, transforming it up from whatever output came from the AC alternators to high voltage, transmit it over the lines, take it to the area where you want to use it, step it down with another transformer to the voltages which were useful to those.
Look, you listening to him, right? I'm following him. Not that I'm a electrical engineer. I'm not. It's fascinating to me, but I'm not. But how aren't we ahead further than we are as even a people? How is that even possible? This guy had lightning bolts flying all through his laboratory, right? If you clearly hear what this man is talking about right now, the way he's just riddling off the explanation of direct current and alternating current and the understanding of it, we should be further than we are. We've been held back on purpose, man. And the regression is even more disgusting at this point. So yeah, I am upset that when I see people attracted to such ignorance and then turn ignorance into a thing to be praised, right? Chris Rock got the one joke that white people really love, right? You ever get around a white person with no clue no self-awareness and they want to tell you the fucking Chris Rock joke? I hate that shit. Right? And you just want to punch them in the fucking face because they want to tell. We all heard the fucking Chris Rock joke, bro. I don't know why you felt the first time you got around another black person, you felt to redo the motherfucking Chris Rock joke. My boy, if you don't go somewhere before you get punched in your goddamn face. But the Chris Rock joke was on point, right? niggas love ignorance and love to brag. I don't know that shit, nigga. Like, it was funny because it was real. Yo, they be proud not to know some shit, bro. Thinking that's gonna make him a sucker, right? And like I said, I watched Hassan the other day downplay Anton Daniels. And, I just think he catered too much to the white people. Anton just be having intelligent discourse, bro. How is that catering to white people? Because he's not talking about gossip from rappers? Damn. Tatum Mills said, "What joke was that?" I forgot how it actually goes. Well, to tell you the truth, but it's I don't know if he said niggas and Negroes or black people. That's what he said. He said, you got black people and then you got niggas, right? He was just telling the difference between the two, and it's actually, the joke is accurate, right? I just hate that there's a group of people out there of melanation who love to not know some shit, right? Low hanging fruit. I showed you the video yesterday. Shout out to Joel Santana, because he did, in that same interview, he did have at least accountability to say, yo, I apologize to the young children for promoting lean. That was big, right? So out of all the things he said in that interview, the one thing he did say some crazy shit about the kids not needing to learn how to read. But he also apologized for his participation in promoting something that was going to later. I went back to the hood during this whole, well, I was still in the hood doing this whole lean shit. And I had fucking grown ass associates who was out here proud to be on fucking lean, right? Yo, Mel, got that lean double cupped up. Now, I'm like, nigga, you grown. Like, we grown. You got influence to get on lean as a grown person? I said, damn, black man. That's all it took was to promote that shit, and you wanted to know what was in it? Let me tell you something. I knew about fucking lean way before that shit hit New York or any type of commercial outside of the tri-state of Texas. Because that's where it started. DJ Screw. Because I went out there to go see this girl, and at the light, he was bumping some slow ass fucking song. You know how this, when you had the tape deck and the song, the tape deck used to chew your shit up and you trying to get it out because it just sound nuts. The whole song was slow like that, right? But he was bumping that shit at the light. So I looked over and I'm like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with him? His tape is clearly eating, the tape deck is eating up his song. And she started laughing. She was like, no, it's screwed up. I'm like, it's screwed up? What the fuck does that mean? They slow the music down on purpose. I said they slow the music down on purpose. Well, she didn't explain to me that that's how they heard the music when they was on a drug called lean. It slows everything down. So that's when I got hip to lean, right? To commercialize that. And to hear Joel Santana say, yo, I did promote it. My bad. My apologies. I didn't even. But he said, yo, I was put onto it and nobody even told me what the fuck I was drinking. That part. right? So again, who? Because you thinking, I know what you're thinking. You probably thinking it was just some irresponsible friend of his, some black person who handed that shit off, right? But what we never consider, because every time you see a picture of these people outside in these events, there's always some random ass white person hanging around. Who the fuck are these people? Who are they, right? Who's really telling these people what to wear? Right? You see a black fashion designer, but who all the time is some European clothing line that these people are promoting, right? So the gay fashion designers or the female fashion stylists, not the fashion stylists and the female fashion stylists, they always end up going to some fucking gay ass European clothing and putting it on these rappers, right? Putting it on these singers. Then you look in the magazine, it's always some random fucking white person in the back. Who the fuck is this dude in your entourage, bro? Oh, that's Timmy. That's Timmy. That's Big Timmy from the label. From the label? The fuck is he hanging out with y'all for? I definitely believe that music industry was infiltrated and controlled, and they sent reps from the label to go and hang out. Go hang out with these people. See what they do. And see how we can further manipulate the situation. I be peeping shit. I want to get back into Belbeck. He ain't start to drop science yet. But right, like I said, he just breaking shit down on how electricity works. Shout out to my uncle, my grandfather. These are different men of different time periods. My grandfather, of course, this was a different time period, but you know, men of the age of my grandfather and even a little bit after. If you really look at these type of men, they different men, bro. They different men altogether, which is today looked at. You look at these men and be like, wow, man. They knew how to do shit with their hands. They knew how to fix shit. They knew a little bit about plumbing, a little bit about electricity, a little bit about mechanics, right? And then as time went on, we slowly lost that within men. We got to go back to the ways. We got to go back to the ancient ways, bro. And by ancient, I mean fucking 50 years ago. I'm not talking about Egyptian. Like, we got to go back to King Hammurabi. I'm just saying we got to go back to when men had a place in society and women had a place in society and children had a place in society. Everybody had a place. Now children don't have a place. They in all type of adult conversations. They have no respect for adults. Women want to be fucking men. You understand? Guys want to be bitch asses. It is crazy, and this is done on purpose. I assure you. Let's get to Bob Belbeck, because he is going to break down this whole Philadelphia experiment and get busy and tell you about the aliens and all of that. So, you know, what you don't know because, again, I was in conversation with someone the other day. They called me a fool. And I think they called me a fool because they're a religious person. And because I said that mankind was manufactured by superior beings. At least some of us, not all of us. Some of us. And then some came from other planets, right? Originated in other planets. There are Pleiadians who originated in the Lyran constellation. So I guess they called me a fool because this is what I believe, right? And they must believe otherwise. But it wouldn't surprise me to believe if I asked them, how do you believe it started? And then he tells me the story about God and how the Elohim created it, which I would say, okay, and who would be the Elohim? But that's a whole different story that we're not going to go down to right now. Which one, Uncle Andy? Uncle Andy said, did this get erased from the archive? More culinary action, at least. Which part? What I'm talking about right now? We're gonna go over everything. They tried to make it seem like Baalbek was crazy, but this is why he went on a tour, because he wanted everyone to know the truth, and he was not crazy. So this is what he's talking about right now. He's going to mention some very interesting people in a second. Let me let him cook, because I can't play the whole video because it is quite lengthy. But again, the Philly experiment. Well, that's the thing, Uncle Andy. This is why. All right, so the world wants us to believe that Baalbek was crazy, right? And he's just some fraudster that made up all this shit, right? And this is why I'm stopping, because could it be possible he is a crazy man that just understands electricity, and that could be possible. But however, they're not claiming that he never worked with the government. They're just saying that none of what he's saying isn't true. Okay, is that good enough for me to? Why the fuck should I believe you? You lied about the Tuskegee experiment, right? You lied about Roswell. You don't never tell us that you lied until we catch you out there. You lied about the Iran-Contra scandal. You don't never say, yo, ahead of time, yo, we lied. It is just now coming out that the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine, Kim Iverson just reported on this. Several people have, so did Jimmy Dore, saying that the COVID-19 vaccine allegedly, but I'm saying alleged just for my YouTube channel, but the actual announcement has come out that the vaccine killed 10 children. They never tell us the truth until we find out. So it always frustrates me to have that one person on my channel fighting mad hard because they never heard of this information before. And it's cognitive dissonance. It's like, yo, bro. And it's like, no, you're an idiot. I've had people like this before over here, right? A guy named Macau16. Macau16 reported me to YouTube mad times every time I used to come out and say something against the vaccine. He told YouTube I'm over here killing people because I'm convincing them not to get the vaccine. Turns out, December 3rd, the year 2025 of your Lord, that I was fucking right. That I was right. You bitch ass niggas. I was fucking right. And now the government and the scientists admitted, yeah, the vaccine did kill people. So what I'm telling you a history that you have never heard before. Because if you did understand this, then you wouldn't be so controllable. So why would they promote something that's going to make people more aware of who they are, right? No, they're slowly diminishing the cognitive levels of the species. And at the same time, there clearly is other beings that are not affected by this, and they are only getting smarter. Black man, you need to wake up. You need to knock all that silly ass poetry shit off right now. You're running around here smoking weed, playing video games, rapping. Knock that shit off. Yeah? Get back to the sciences and mathematics and the understandings and get involved in the culture. There's a whole artificial intelligence conversation going on. We're about to get into that in 1 second. And I'm going to tell you one of the biggest mistakes I made in 1 second. Mandingo Man has entered the building finally. You understand? He's like, yo, sorry, bro. I missed another one, Mandingo Man. Don't ever feel that way. I know you on the replay gang, Lord. I know you on the replay gang. And I appreciate you over there. And when you can make it, you can make it. You understand? My show ends up not being for everybody. So I attract people and lose people within weeks. Because you know what I'm saying? That's why at this point I don't even get hyped up, because I say these people don't even know what my show is about. Some people ask, what's your show about? I can't tell you everything my show is about. But you will find out what I believe in. And then when they find out, like, wait, you don't have no religion? Hell no. Your God is a joke, nigga. You shitting me? Your God is a joke, nigga. You gotta be shitting me. Yahweh? Fuck out of here. Oh, they get so disgusted. I'm unsubscribing. Yo, do what you gotta do, Lord. You didn't bring me here. You understand? I came in by my motherfucking self. I'm leaving by myself. You heard me. Let's get back to Baalbek, man.
Those who were the customers. Well, he had, of course, a big argument with Edison about this, and Edison thought it was a dead-end street and was useless. Of course, Edison had a vested interest and didn't want to hear about AC. But the president of the Western Union did. So Edison gave, eventually, a demonstration before the IE in New York. And at that demonstration were a number of people, including one George Westinghouse. Now, George Westinghouse was, of course, a very practical man. He wanted, after that demonstration, he wanted to be introduced to Nikola Tesla, so he was introduced. According to the movie, he introduced himself, which may well have been the case. Invited him out to dinner that night at the Waldorf Astoria, and they struck up a deal. The deal was $1 million cold cash for his 20 patents, and $1 per horsepower for every horsepower produced in terms of a motor or a piece of equipment which used the AC power. That really put Tesla in business. Along about 1878, I believe it was, Tesla became a naturalized citizen. Things went on from there. He had a contest. He engaged in the contest. And as the movie shows, there was a commission of 5 people headed by Lord Kelvin of England to decide what power system would be used for the new hydroelectric power system to be built in Niagara Falls, New York. Edison, of course, was counting very heavily on this. And in the meantime, a certain financier by the name of J.P. Morgan got into the act, was introduced to Tesla, and decided to take a great interest in him and possibly finance him. Edison was very upset, but there was nothing he could do about it, because after all, J.P. Morgan was his own man. And it was finally decided, after Morgan looked into what was going on in Europe and that they had already built and used a Tesla AC power system which transmitted power for some 150 miles, which was an unheard of distance in those days. At that point, they couldn't conceive of the power grids we have now, which cover the continent. In any case, J.P. Morgan decided, along with the commission, that the one to get the project for Niagara Falls was Mr. Tesla. So he did build the AC power plant, the first major installation in the United States using the AC power system, and he transmitted power all the way to New York City, which was a first. He also built a system for providing power for the Chicago World's Fair and Exposition in 1893, which again was a first, and did something else which was a first. He developed and demonstrated at 1893 at the fair the first radio-controlled boat in a boat basin.
1893. 1893. So we have wireless since 1893. How did we just end up getting wireless like that after 2000? That's 100 years. That's over 100 years later. That's over 100 years. So I already told you, we are 100 years behind. I assure you, we are 100 years behind. The philosopher Rene Descartes said, listen, take everything you know and break that shit down, right? Now, you take in the new information that you get. You start to build everything back up. If it builds back up the same, hey, so be it. But if not, you have to consider, right? So all I'm saying is there's people who are so stoic they won't even consider new information because that information may be sentimental. Yo, my grandmother told me. Your grandmother told you what she was told. Let's consider that your grandmother didn't have all the information. These were smart people, Jack. These were different people of a different time. I do respect those people from 2 generations ago. I'm telling you, if they had the information, and some of them was more intuitive than we give them credit for. You understand? When it's cold outside, who are you holding? If you think you're lonely now, wait until tonight, girl. Yeah.
Of course, J.P. Morgan had his man Adams there, who examined it, looked at it, and finally asked him, he says, where are the wires? He says, I thought you realized there are no wires.
There are no wires.
And doing this by radio, or whatever he wanted to call it at that time. It was also about that time, approximately 1893, where a certain gentleman from Italy known as Guglielmo Marconi, among the many visitors to his lab, came in, introduced himself, and says, I would like to look at some of the things you have done. And Tesla was a very generous man. Says, my files are over there, help yourself. He did.
Now, I researched this over 10 years ago, what he's talking about, right? And I discovered one company that existed from that time period that he's talking about all the way up until now. And that one company actually became more governmental than they were like some public corporation or entity. That company is called RCA. And even through the music industry, because you had RCA Records, that was the one company that like was strong as granite. But then I started to understand. Through all the mergers and acquisitions, I started to understand. I said, oh, you guys are tied in with the government. You ain't going nowhere. Another company that's tied in with the government, very strong, NBC. So, outside of legal jargon and terms that I am unaware of, I just chalked it up to somehow the government made subsidiary companies, public companies that they had control over, but were for the public. I didn't know if it was legal for them to do that. I don't know what type of loopholes they had to create to make that happen, but I think that is what actually happened. Let's keep going.
Apparently took some of the file work with him, and in any case made duplicates or copies by hand in those days. They didn't have Xerox machines. And went back to Italy. with his information and notes. And though I'm jumping ahead of the schedule of what happened, in 1903 he demonstrated transatlantic radio by means of a spark gap transmitter and a coherer-decoherer system on the other side of Atlantic, and claimed the invention of radio. The world acclaimed Marconi because he was backed by the Vatican, and that is a fairly powerful group to back whatever you're doing. And of course, no credit whatever was given to Tesla at that time because he was not attempting to do broadcasting. He was only interested in other things, among them the radio model controlled boat. 1898, he again demonstrated this radio control boat in Madison Square Garden, New York. And in 1899, he went to J.P. Morgan, who was very interested in this boat. He says, I wish to do some research, Colorado Springs, on some more basic things. And J.P. Morgan gave him his blessing and said, you'll have the money you need. So off he went to Colorado Springs in 1899, at which time it was a very small town, had one power generator system of approximately 10,000 kilowatts capacity. And he built his lab out in the hinterlands with a large tower. There are pictures of it, of course, extant. And for 2 years, he did his basic experimental work. He wanted to find out more about the basic nature of the Earth, of its place in the cosmogony, of power, and of anything else he could learn. He learned a great deal from that. Among them were, and he demonstrated at that Colorado Springs laboratory, that he could transmit power by means other than wires. A radio wireless transmission of power, if you will, through the ethers. He used to light lamp bulbs at a distance of 26 miles, not little tiny.
Easy. Hold up. Do you hear what this dude is saying, or is it just me? Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Let me see something. Alright. Actually, I had more people in the house than I actually thought I had. I thought I had 3 people over here. I got a good 8 people over here right now. And I say good because compared to the hundreds I have whenever I'm talking nonsense about Trump, you can clearly see for yourself how YouTube will throttle off and on. Like, you be like, yo, why you only got 50 views over here and then you got 30,000 views over here? That's when they want me to talk about that bullshit. That's why. When they think they can use me to just talk about shit, then they've realized, yo, he be trying to sneak in nuggets of information over there. Don't give him no more shine. Whatever. I don't care. Whatever. This dude just said they figured out how to give power wirelessly. Power wirelessly. Well, let's just use our logic and reason, man. If they figured out how to do that, and then we already understand what eumelanin does and the capabilities of eumelanin in it, it is a semiconductor that does have the ability to charge, to take the photons and charge our bodies, which may be one reason that one Bill Gates does want to block out the sun, to diminish your power. Allegedly. I don't know. I'm no doctor or scientist yet. I'm just using my pure logic and reason right now. In what ways could they been working on the malfunction of our biological circuit system? Now, this show is supposed to be about the Philadelphia experiment, so I'm going to let it rock. But I do feel a strong sense to do another video about who you are tonight. who you are as a person tonight. We might have to go back into the anatomy and how it is designed and how the first computer was actually designed off the human anatomy. Maybe I will. Get into some religious talk, upset some people, curse out your God. Maybe, if I got the time.
Ones, but good sized ones, several hundred watts. And little plugs in the earth. He was moving his bulbs around in the ground to find out what kind of standing wave currents he had. Did many things like this. Produced bolts of lightning from his Tesla generator over 200 feet long, which has never been replicated to this day, at least not to my knowledge. He also did something else.
Whatever happened to that they used to do? Do you think he was the last person to ever do that? No. But now people, it's probably done somewhere more discreet, more secretive, skunk works. You understand? Clearly, we believe that someone killed this man and took all of his notes. It's crazy. Then they didn't even give him a day. That's the sad part. Usually they kill you, they give you a day, holiday, give you some praise, right? They assassinated Charlie Kirk, and he wasn't nobody. Try to prop him up to American hero and all this silly shit. He was none of that. He was just a social influencer. You said Skunk Works makes aircrafts. You think that's all they make? Brand says I'm confused. Can you please elaborate? I love it. I love it. Yo, Brand, why am I confused, brother? Another confused brother. Why am I confused, Brand? Talk to me, bro. Why am I confused? Thank you for coming over to the show. But don't back out now. Get those fingers working. Get to typing. And Joe Mama. Lockheed Martin. I know what they make. Lockheed Martin was I worked on their service for a little bit. I worked for a company where we designed the AI and automations for Lockheed Martin. The person who owned that company was this guy. The person who owned that company was this guy. That's a famous mathematician from NYU. He's a billionaire. The other guy is me, and we're about to get on his yacht. Actually, that's not his yacht. He rented it. Don't get me the line. That was not his yacht. He just rented it. He rented a lot of shit like Ellis Island and St. Peter's Church. And yes, I've worked on things for Lockheed Martin myself. So, but my question is that all they make? Angie, good morning. Angie's in the house. I ain't gonna hold you. I thought we lost Angie. I said, where the fuck is Angie? I said that in my head. Where's Angie? I said, we lost another one. So we lost another one. Grand Rising. She's here with it. Grand Rising, King. Grand Rising, Angie. We're getting into the Philadelphia experiment. It's not well known. there's a lot of intricate pieces of this. I mean, the big phenomenon about the Philadelphia experiment is that there's teleportation and time travel involved in this goddamn experiment. But bigger than that, there are some people that I feel we should know in history that are not well known. Some of these mathematicians, right? The whole concept about this experiment is mind-boggling to me. It is not just the teleportation of time travel, right? These are obviously things like, that's pretty impressive. It is. I'm not going to downplay teleportation or time travel. It's just that so much in this story is mind-boggling. Okay, Joe Mama said he may have owned Lockheed Martin, but Kelly Johnson was the brain behind Skunkworth. All right, talk that talk. That's what I'm talking about, Joe Mama. Talk that talk. Nah, this guy didn't. That Indian guy did not create that Lockheed Martin. That was an Indian guy I showed you. He did not start or create. However, he had contracts with we had contracts with IBM and Lockheed Martin. And when I seen that, I knew he was the real deal. IBM used to walk through there all the time. Everything they used to. I didn't sign an NDA, so it don't matter to me. So a lot of shit that IBM was coming out with, we was creating it, but we created something called white label, meaning we created, charged the shit out of somebody like IBM, and then IBM gets to walk away and say, hey, check out our new product, Watson. So when I originally started working for that guy, I was something called a service management. What the hell was my title? It didn't matter, right? Because it didn't have nothing to do with AI yet or automation. And then I would say 3 months after I was hired by him, which I didn't have enough intelligence to really work at this company. Somebody gave me a shot. I thought I failed the interview. This is the same interview I'd said that the hiring manager sat there for 20 minutes wanting an answer from me, that the question he asked, and I said, I don't know, hoping he would just move on to the next question. And he sat there for 20 minutes, was like, yo, think about it. And I was like, what? Think about it? So I really wanted to know, who the fuck told you to hire me? Because by all examples, I should not have been hired here, right? And I even told the recruiter, thank you, but I don't think I'm hired. Like, he was asking me shit I didn't know nothing about. When I told him I didn't know the answer after 20 minutes, he berated me. I felt crazy. Then he gave me the job. So you never know what the fuck is going through somebody's mind when they're interviewing you, right? Just be, I guess, truthful. I didn't bullshit him. I didn't try to give him some crazy answer I didn't know to. He just told me to think about it. And then he felt like I didn't use my brain hard enough, to just logically enough, and so he just went the fuck off on me. I went off on me, bro. And I was like, shit. Like, I'm definitely ready for this interview to be over so I could just go outside and get away from this. And then he was like, nah, you can come back. We have years to go of me doing this same shit to you every day. So 3 months after they hired me to do some jackass shit, I'm called to a different floor, and they tell me they're changing my title to cognitive engineer, and they're changing my job description, and I will be learning machine learning and AI, and still be creating automations, automatons. I'm like, what? So I was focused on Jack. Here's what I regret. They say no regrets. I do regret being focused on jackass shit. And I remember him looking at me and like, yo, you should just really be happy that you're going to be learning this technology. And I wasn't happy with that. I was more concerned with the money aspect of it. That in all reality, I should have been happy that I was in a space that had the resources for me to just tinker around with that shit. And they never kicked you out. There was no 9 to 5. There was no 9 to 5. The office was open. You could have stayed in that bitch forever. God knows they had food. He had free breakfast, free lunch, free dinner, free snacks, free juices. You could have stayed there forever. The only thing he was missing was showers. And that's probably because nobody really would have went home if he had showers. They would have just said, fuck it, I'm not paying rent, and moved in. Right? But a lot of times you didn't know when someone got off because instead of going home, they just went to the corner and started playing Dungeons and Dragons and some silly shit. And you see a whole pack of nerds in the corner playing Dungeons and Dragons, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? Nobody went home. That place was, I will never work for another place like that. I know this. People would, listen, this dude threw an open bar, open food party twice a month. Hand to God. Don't let me get my friend on the phone. I invited him all the time. Until he started hitting on the CEO's wife. And I'm like, bro, out of all the females here, why would you choose the CEO's wife to start hitting on? No, the blonde chick. I see her. You do not need to describe her to me. I know who she is because I stay far the fuck away from her. Why would you hit on her? Good God. Yeah, yo, Buster. He used to throw a open bar, open food party twice a month. If it was like something where, now he would do this he would just pick some random spot. It wasn't him. He would tell like the people whose job it was, yo, pick somewhere, right? Whatever new bar is swanky, pick that place in New York City. And then he just like, meet us over there. We go over there. They give you the wristband ahead of time. Or your name is on the list, this, that, and the third. And they give you the wristband, and that's it. When you get in there, it's free food, free drinks, top shelf. There's no, you want Johnny Walker Blue, you get the John. I've never was an asshole and was like, give me the Louis 13th. They probably pretty sure they was off the limits on the Louis. But I definitely did the Johnny Blue sometimes, shit like that. But sometimes he'd just be like, yo, we're going to do it here at the office. And when he did that, it was the same. That's what bugged me out about this place. When he did that, it wasn't like, basically what I'm saying is you could go to anybody's fucking desk and they would have shots of fucking liquor, beer, but we still working on the projects. That's the crazy thing. We still doing project management. We still going, right? Most of us, 99.9 of us knew how to handle our liquor. I never wanted to get drunk, because whatever, I'm not waking up tomorrow and be like, fuck, I gotta go to work. I did some jackass shit yesterday. 2 people I know used to do this every fucking event. Not gonna say her name, because she's smart as shit. But she is horrible at making decisions when there's open food and open liquor at a party given by your employer. And she had these huge titties. And she'd just be saying, she get drunk She starts saying crazy shit about white people. She started calling them crackers. Shit was crazy. I'm distancing myself. If you haven't noticed, we surrounded by all these so-called crackers you're talking about. I don't know. It's not much they could do, because when I say she was fucking genius, this Jamaican girl from Brooklyn was fucking genius. Ghetto as shit. My whole department was ghetto as a motherfucker. My other man, he was definitely in a set of the Crips, but he was smart. Another Jamaican dude. Most of the black dudes, damn, now that I'm thinking about it, most of the black dudes there was Jamaican, and one was Haitian. He didn't know shit when we first got there. He learned and became an expert after. And me, black American. I didn't see that many other black Americans there. Everybody else was Jamaican, Haitian, and possibly African. And I felt the way about that, because most of my black American contemporaries was off some fucking music pipe dreams and shit. I'm like, nigga, the money is down here. I assure you that shit is right here. We having a ball. So that's where I learned machine learning. And I got into things I didn't really fully understand yet. Which brings me back to some of the guys he's about to mention right now. Because he's about to start talking about these mathematicians that introduced the idea of vector space. And I don't want to get all technical and all that other shit on you. What I'm telling you, though, is you probably never heard of these cats. Because I never heard of them. And I did know some of the more famous mathematicians like Alan Turing and stuff like that. I think we all know these cats. But some of these cats, I did not know their name. And I'm like, why the fuck don't I know their name? Especially, first of all, I never even heard of something called the Philadelphia experiment. Let alone that it involved time travel and teleportation. And now we got this guy named Baalbek that was a part of this. And he's telling his side of the story after the government's trying to say this guy is just a maniac that is making up all of these things. Let's go.
Which was a first. With his apparatus, I do not know what apparatus he used or how he used it, he engaged in communications with extraterrestrials.
So, I've been telling you guys for a long time, it is not just this gentleman. If it was one gentleman, that's one thing. It is not. Clearly, this guy had to have top clearance, right? And I don't even know if this is before NSA. But they had to trust this guy. Now, this is a totally separate guy from Bill Cooper. Bill Cooper also acknowledged in his book, Behold the Pale Horse. He speaks of, in the table of contents, right in the beginning, right? He talks and says on page 331, he will be talking about UFOs in Area 51. On page 336, he is talking about alien implants, right? Is that 336 or 376? Hold on. I'm wilding. Just spewing out numbers like a jackass. That is 376. And we read some of this the other night. Alien implants. I can bring this up so you can see it, because I do have this book on digital format. Let me just read this. Appendix C, alien implants. In one method, the individual is made to don a helmet covered with wires, and crystalline cubic affair is put into a niche in the top of the helmet, and strobe light is made to play on the individual's optic nerve in order to entrain patterns on their brain waves. Okay, talk that talk. The recipient's initial reaction is that his consciousness is aware of the scrambled images, which, after the initial shock wears off, are aligned sequentially and impressed in his consciousness. God damn. What they're talking about right now is induced memory. Goodness. Things that never happened, but they're going to force it in you, right? This is why I'm very aware of what I pay attention to and what I listen to. Because I understand they have technology that has the ability to do some very horrible things. In short, the person is given a programmed response system, and this is why individuals are trained in a brief time to do complex tasks without having to undergo lengthy training. Sometimes the subject is hypnotized or made to sleep in a high frequency microwave emission is used as a carrier wave on which to transmit encoded data into the nerve complex. This information may be triggered into conscious awareness at a later time by a present stimulant response signal in the environment. This is called the Manchurian Candidate. You understand? Now, let me say to all my strong supporters, if you have to go, you have to go. Uncle Andy, Angie, every last one of you, do not feel obligated to stay. Go handle your business. I was fully aware that this live may take a long time today, and I'm committed to however long it takes. So if we do a 4-hour live, if I end up doing a 4 or 5 hour live, don't feel like you have to sit here and support me. Go off, handle your business. Go, do you. I appreciate anybody that came over and just stuck it out for however time, right? But I'm talking about a lot today during this show, right? So I don't know if I could just shut it off, right? I don't know if I'm going to end up doing a 6-hour live today. I have no idea. I don't know if I could just shut this shit off. Because like they said in Back to the Future, roads. Where we're going, there are no roads. Where I'm going, there are no roads, bro. There are no roads. This shit is real. All right? So this is William Cooper, Appendix C in the Behold the Pale Horse book. It says right at the bottom, top secret. Huh? Yes, he went defective and he stole documents just like Eric Snowden. Huh? What's that say right there? Top secret, baby. I like those apples. All right, here we go. Let me get back to this. Awareness at a later time by a present stimulus response signal in the environment, such as a sub-audio or visual signal. It might be noted here that not only do different alien groups use this technique, but modifications of this technique are used by many. Oh, they blacked it out. Jackass shit. I'm tight. Hold on. Let me take the time to pull it up. I'm gonna pull this up. Pull this up on the big screen so I'm not reading it from here. What's that? Page 376. Tight. Hold on, y'all. I got time today, cuz. Oh, I got time today, cuz. Oh, I already had it up. Look at those apples. I already had the book up for whatever strange ass reason. The book was already in my computer. Let's go. Hold on, I'm gonna read the comments in the section. Read the comments back in it. 376. Boom. Well, this don't look like. What is going on here? Hold on, I'm trying to find the same page, but it don't look like we got the same book. $376. Nah, we got the same book here. It's all good. I don't want to waste too much time on this. What is this? I'm going to read this later. UFOs. Okay. UFOs. Maybe if I keep going. UFOs. Hold on. Let me just keep going. Oh, there we go. I seen it. Is that it? No, that's not it. UFOs. They blocked a lot of stuff out. Hold on. UFOs. Oh, I'm getting close. I'm getting close. Yep. Let me keep going. There we go, right there. There we go, right here. Sometimes the subject is hypnotized or made to sleep, and high-frequency microwave emission is used as a carrier wave on which to transmit encoded data into the nerve complex. This information may be triggered into conscious awareness at a later time by a present stimulus response signal in the environment, such as sub-audio or visual signals. Sub-audio. So, don't tell me that the music can't make you do something, right? You have no idea. So, I'm telling you the music has got you acting other than self. You are hypnotized into acting like an animal, a Neanderthal, where you violate your own people. None of this makes sense. None of it. And in fact, the black man has more aggression against other people than he does for any other race, especially the white man. He talks that shit in private, but he don't. It's not like he about to take it to the man and stick it to the man. No. He about to stick that shit to himself and his own ghettos. And we celebrate this type of behavior in our music. As soon as you ask a young black boy to rap, he's talking about killing somebody, right? More than likely a person that looks like himself. You don't know what the beef is about. It don't matter. When he stops talking about it, somebody's going to be like, yo, that shit was ill. You's a real nigga. Fucking Neanderthals. Knock it off. They're using all type of technology on us to behavioral engineer us, to get us acting other than ourselves. It might be noted here that not only do different alien groups use this technique, but modifications of this technique are used. Now, when we get back to Baalbek, he is going to talk about the relationship between the aliens. He already mentioned the aliens. I mentioned aliens, but yo, he over there talking about aliens. I'm not the only one talking about aliens, bro. More men, better men than I on this planet, in this continent of North America, who have been approved for top secret clearance, are talking about aliens. You understand? People in high elite echelon circles are talking about aliens. They cut the shit out right here, blacked it out. I don't know what it says. But the modifications of this technique are used by, and I don't know who. I don't know who it's used by. Many of the blank in the United States were carried out in this manner. There are innumerable references to support that statement. The carrier waves are usually emanations that will parallel the biological field frequency of the entity itself or resonate upon it. And that was the synchronization that we spoke about earlier when I was reading that when I was reading to you information about some of the history of what actually happened on the ships, the USS Elridge, when Tesla backed off, right? And then the third generator, they couldn't get the generator to sync up with the other two. Here we go. I did mention this right here. There are often sound code symbols or visuals in facsimile form. Here, this part right here. Let me blow it up, right? Because I had to look this part up. I thought it was bullshit. I didn't know what this word said. The gray species 2, reticulians, have an interesting variation in technique whereby the recipient sits fully aware facing a screen and computer console and interacts with images on a holographic display. So I had looked up the reticulians thinking that they meant reptilians. I thought it was a misprint on what I was reading. So I said, hold up, before you say it's a misprint, look up reticulians. I look it up and it's a Zeta Reticulians is a real fucking place. Hold on. Let's do this live right now. Let's bring this way over here. Red tie. Q A. Let's just say real. Is Zeta Reticuli real? Yes. Zeta AI says yes. Zeta Reticuli is a real binary star system located about 39 light years away in the southern constellation of the Reticulium. It is a system of two sun-like stars, and while no planets have been confirmed there, it is famous for its association with Benny and Barney Hill abduction claim, and it is a popular subject. We're not getting there right now. Easy on the Pepsi, Fuller. Easy on the Pepsi, my boy. That's a fact, man, Dingo, man. You understand? Playing God with atomic energy and things not understood is crazy. And they do it all the time, bro. You know why? I think they want to be the first. Right? I think they want to be the first. This is what I'm saying. We got different species down here. So you may have some grays down here, but you may also have, if we have grays, then nobody can say, yo, we don't have another. You can't just be like, yeah, I understand the gray aliens, but there's no other aliens. Like, it's just great. All right. We have fucking former military personnel telling us, no, aliens exist. Not just the former military. We have other people. I can show you history books where the ancient Egyptians have written about these aliens. It's in your Bible. It's everywhere. You just don't want to see it. You just don't want to see it. It's written everywhere. Now, if we've come to the conclusion that, okay, they're saying that there was a gray aliens, EB, then what make us think there might not be other variations of humanoid or just life existence, period? Oh, because I haven't seen it yet. I never heard about it. Word. So that's your answer? Because you never heard about it? Heard you. Smashing particles near the speed of light. Yo, no, it's crazy, bro. It's nuts. Right after they tell you, oh, all is one. All is one. All right, so what makes you think by smashing a particle is not going to have if all is one and you crack an atom open, yo, bro, do you even know what you're doing right now? You have no idea what you're doing right now. Fuck around, your grandmother just disappeared. And all your features go crazy right now. Because, yo. Lisa Ann's in the building. Lee Mickles is in the building. Roby is in the building. You right, Roby. You right. So this is, now what I'm reading right now is Behold the Pale Horse. This has nothing to do with Baalbek. But we're going to get back to him in a second. But he just mentioned some aliens. So I just wanted some of the people to see, these are two different people that's mentioning, talking about aliens. That also worked with the government. Both of these people work with the government. What's the coincidence of both of them being crazy for no reason at all and talking about these things? I don't know. It's up to you. That's a rhetorical question. The gray species have an interesting variation in the technique whereby the recipient sits fully aware facing a screen and computer console and interacts with images on a holographic display. Well, we know right now today that is one of the most popular ways to hypnotize somebody. By have them looking at that computer screen with that blue light behind it, and we show them holographic displays, right? And they just fucking scroll and sit there all for hours at a time. We know this. It is thought that the events during the Bent Waters incident in 1980 that took place underground to one of the military members was one of these processes. The subject was put before a similar screen, and even though there were others in chairs in the room, the screen was addressing him as an individual. There's another process which occurs which involves the recipient lying on a table or being suspended in air facing upwards, where they can view a light bar of multicolored flashing lights. It is here where billion-year-old psychological implants may be re-stimulated. Whoa. Some of these implants are responsible for humans not realizing their true nature, and also for the system of some self-imposed limitation that is rampant on Earth. Damn. This is wild. This is wild. During this process, the recipient is reprogrammed to perform other activities which can be triggered at a later moment. There is some evidence that many abductees over the past several years have been programmed with instructions, but we cannot determine the exact nature of the instructions, only that they are to be carried out in the next 2 to 5 years. Manchurian candidates, androids if you will. While these interactions serve to slow the evolution of humans, they do not bring anything to a halt. You damn right about that. The gray species in general will only gain a temporary interactive benefit from these actions, and eventually all gray species will cease this type of interaction and will progress to other activities. In fact, exactly, Lisa Ann. Exactly. All right, let's get back to it. Where's my boy? You're my boy, Blue.
This becomes very important because of events later on. He made a press announcement at that time in 1900 that he had been in communication with somebody off planet. He didn't elaborate very much. The press wanted more information. He didn't give much.
So you talk about Nikola Tesla right now, claiming that he made an announcement saying, "Yo, I made contact with somebody else off this planet." He didn't say a lot.
But even so, his scientific colleagues took a very dim view of an announcement like that. But he was Tesla, and he was riding high at that point, so it was probably overlooked. A little later, he went to J.P. Morgan and says, "I wish to build a tower and the system and the equipment for transmitting messages through the air," what we now call radio, of course, "and pictures," which we now call television. J.P. Morgan says, "Mr. Tesla, if you can do this sort of thing for me, you have unlimited funding. Go to it." So he started on Long Island and built his Wardenclyffe Tower in 1905. In 1906, when it was virtually finished, he went to J.P. Morgan again. He says, "Mr. Morgan, what I would really like to do is to demonstrate the wireless transmission of power." So Morgan looked at him and says, "Mr. Tesla, are you telling me that with anybody with two rods, one that sticks in the ground and the other he puts up in the air, they can get all the power they want and I can't put a meter on it?" "I will let you know, Mr. Tesla, when I'm ready for you." And he never was.
Demolish all my power stations? Just because of this little motor of yours?
But, Tom...
You know what they call me, Tesla? They call me the king of electricity. I've transformed the world already. And everything I have accomplished has been based on direct electric current. You're heading up the wrong street with this thing. Believe me, it's a dead end. Where are you going?
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry to have taken up your time.
Well, I thought you wanted to work for me. You have an original mind. Maybe even a brilliant one. Just because you made one little mistake doesn't mean I'm going to throw you out in your ear. I can use all the bright people I can get. You'll be here tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock, sharp.
Thank you. I'm so grateful. Goodbye.
He needed more of the thug in him, bro. They took advantage of my boy Tesla, man. They took advantage of him.
So that was the end of J.P. Morgan's packing. Now, there are two conflicting stories as to what happened after that. One of them says that J.P. Morgan, and this is the Zagreb Productions movie scenario, that J.P. Morgan cut off all funding at that point and he had to stop any further work on his tower. The tower was, by the way, dynamited in 1917 by parties unknown, at least as far as the public record is concerned. The other version, written by Tesla himself as an autobiography, which I have a copy of and I only acquired about 2 or 3 months ago, to my surprise, only goes up to about 1917, but he states flatly that J.P. Morgan kept all of his agreements to the letter, which implies that he did not cut him off on the Wardenclyffe Tower funding, but that Tesla realized he was too far ahead of his time and diverted his efforts to other directions. But the J.P. Morgan did not drop out. I do not know which version is factual, but one of these days I'll find out. In any case, the Wardenclyffe Tower was destroyed in 1917, and the war was on, the First World War. Enters a gentleman by the name of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, then Undersecretary of the Navy, And he, Roosevelt, invites Tesla to Washington. Says, Mr. Tesla, how would you like to do some work for the government, for the war effort? And he said, certainly.
Stop right there. Yesterday we did a show where I showed the correlation between the elite families and the military. Right? So if you watch my program regularly, eventually you will be able to connect the dots. Because if the military had a relationship, military / government had a relationship with who we call the extraterrestrials, but then the military and the CIA, Office of Strategic Services, OSS, which eventually became the Central Intelligence Agency, but then we discovered that between 40 and 60 elite families had direct family members that took over, that founded, with a very instrumental in the implementation of the Central Intelligence Agency. Then what are we really showing here? We're showing the direct correlation to those who we call the elite in direct contact of what we call extraterrestrials. This is not conspiracy theory I'm giving you. I'm just going over the documents that is out there publicly. I'm just going over the information that's out there publicly. Angie says Trump's uncle got the paperwork from Tesla's home. I believe it. But then again, there was a book written about Trump way before he was allegedly born in this dimension that almost very much parallels. It even talks about Baron Trump. It's nuts. Nuts. So I am one who believes in time travel, by the way. Definitely believe in different dimensions. And by the way, you don't need a special apparatus to end up in a dimension that you don't belong in. All you merely need to do is act outside of your intended purpose. And I guarantee you, you will end up in a dimension that you wish you never had entered. So it is very important to protect your own mind, to make the right decisions. If you get out here and you start making bad decisions, you will end up in a dimension. I'm telling you, because I already went to a dimension that I did not want to be in anymore, and I had to find my way back to this dimension. That is one way you will end up in a dimension that you did not belong in. So whether you call it meditation, whether you call it prayer, I don't care what you call it. Get in tune. Get in tune. Have knowledge of self. Find out what your purpose is. Don't be out here just willy-nilly living life. Find out what your purpose is and stay in tune, Jack. Stay in tune.
So we did. We did a number of things. One of the items which is in public print now, more or less, was his development through a proxy, if you will, of the Rogers radio communication system. Rogers was the man who took out the patents, apparently at Tesla's behest. Why? I don't know. But the patents are registered in Rogers' name, and later on it was revealed that Tesla was the man who did the development. It was a voice communication system using a new approach and a special antenna system buried underground primarily, in which they had static-free voice communication to Europe in 1917, which was totally unheard of and kept under wraps until 1923, when it was revealed for the first time in the Hugo Gernsback publications by Hugo Gernsback, the electrical experimenter, and one of the others that he had. It did a strange oscillation, the story of the Rogers system, from that point on. It surfaced, it was buried. People have tried to investigate it and couldn't find it. And eventually the patents did surface, and it is a matter of fact that it did exist. And it's also a matter of fact that the U.S. government still uses the system to this day as a backup.
Yeah.
And all of the missile towers, the silos, which have existed around the U.S. for part of the liquid rocket program, I believe it was the Titan, which was approximately 50 silos, many of which were in the Tucson area. They had, of course, regular telephone communications. They had standard radio communications. They also had a backup system known as the Rogers communication system. It was very obvious that they had it because you could see it from the antenna, which was a very special antenna design, partially above ground, partially below. A friend of mine was sitting 200 feet from the silo in the north side of Tucson, which he thought was a training silo until they pulled a live missile out and destroyed it and the silo. But he saw the antenna system there. Well, during the 20s, strange things happened. Tesla, among other things, at that time was working for the American Marconi Company. In 1917, the American Marconi Company was seized by the U.S. government as a possible alien operation which might be harboring some spies and so forth and so on. You know how paranoia gets during the war. Anyway, they seized the company. In 1919, a new company was formed
RCA.
entitled Radio Corporation of America. It was incorporated in August of 1919 and went into full operation sometime in December of 1919.
That's right.
And all of the...
Now, remember I told you earlier there was one record label that stood strong all from the beginning of hip-hop to the end? RCA. Right? And then you got to look at how many companies that RCA started. Right, they call them. They gave out production deals. They gave out. They created all type of sub record labels that was signed to RCA, and no one ever paid attention to this. There was something way bigger in mind than just having you groove out to a few cool grooves. Right, this is a bigger project than any of us would have perceived. How to use audio to entrain and behaviorally engineer. Yeah. Larry P was good with you, bro. It's not called RCA Cola. It's called RC Cola.
Personnel, basically, from American Marconi were transferred to RCA, Tesla with them. Tesla remained with RCA from 1919 until 1939. He was an engineer, then he was an engineer in charge of development and engineering, then he was director of engineering. 1935, he became vice president of RCA and director of all engineering and research worldwide. He remained in that position until 1939 when he retired. And there was a retirement party for him at Cherry Hill, New Jersey. It's a matter of record, though I haven't been able to get back there and find it in the archives. Somebody else did and told me about it. The other peculiar aspect of that was that he changed his name. One of the reasons why people cannot trace him in the records is because about 1928 or 29 he changed his name officially from Nikola Tesla to Dr. Nikola Turbo. T-E-R-B-O, which I believe is a cousin's name. The reasons for that are somewhat obscure, but seem to be based on the fact that the name Tesla was being buried in the literature as a non-entity and somebody who was, if not a crackpot, close to it by the power interests and the vested interests. And RCA was...
How many of you knew that he changed his name, right? We didn't even know that he changed his name. So this guy is dropping jewelry right now. You understand? He's dropping jewelry. And I appreciate coming across cats like this because, like, again, I started studying RCA, I'm going to say 15 years ago. And I went through all the subsidiary labels and I'm like, whoa. Then it was mergers and acquisitions. And RCA may be still standing strong today. But they standing strong because why? Because it's the government. Where they going? They could lose all the money. They're not going nowhere, right? It's just are they making anything? To me it looked like they didn't want to be too in the headlines, right? They wanted other companies to get all the glory and the fame, Bad Boy and stuff like that. And they just sat back. RCA Records just sat back and played in the cut, but they were never in jeopardy of losing. Like the actual label, they were never going to be lost because they are the government themselves. So they didn't need all of that attention and to be sold. And no. They was chilling. But I went through. I had took notes and all this other stuff, but that was a while ago. But I spent quite a few weeks on just studying the mergers, the acquisitions, all of the parties involved, and it was very interesting. I got one of my marble notebooks here. I don't know what's in it. It seems like too new of a marble. I used to buy all of these marble notebooks. Hold on, I got another marble notebook. Hold on. See what's in this one. No, this ain't the one either. I got some notes in here. I don't know. This could be it. Yo, this is crazy. Hold on. Shit. Easy before I say it's not in here. Look, this is stuff these are notes I used to make before I even got married, bro. Right? I'm just making all these type of notes about Iran-Contra. Huh? This is what I'll be telling y'all. Y'all be thinking I'll be joking. I've been studying for mad long. J. Edgar Hoover referred to the Black Panthers as the greatest threat to the internal security of the country. Luis Posada bombed a Cuban flight. I was on all type of studying shit. What is going on? What was I studying? Operation Ajax. In 1953, there was a military coup of Mohammad Mossadegh. Mossadegh nationalized the Iranian oil industry. Yo. Just studying, taking notes. It's crazy. Do I got anything about RCA in here? I might. Shit is real. I got Saudi Arabia was the United States ally who supported Iraq. Easy on the Pepsi, full of easy. Before my fucking house get raided and they want all my documents. Let me chill out. My fucking house get raided. Peace to the gods and the earths. Original man. Let me chill, Lisa Ann. Let me chill. You understand? Fucking Men in Black. This whole network just go out right now. Like, yo, where's Saladin go? Up there running his goddamn mouth. I told him this was going to happen. I told him. Easy. Let's chill out. Burn that book, huh? Burn that book.
He was uncomfortable about it, so speculation is that by agreement he changed his name. The name has been erased from the RCA archives of Tesla. If you look up for pay records and such, you will not find the name Tesla in the RCA records. You will find the name Dr. Nikola Turbo, I'm sorry. That is there. That's been researched by a friend of mine.
What? A friend of yours? Hold on, bro. Hold on. Easy. Let's go to the AI on this. I don't. It's not that I don't believe you, Balbec. It's just that I don't believe you. Let's ask Gemini first. How do I want to ask it? Softball. Is there a person named Nikola Turbo? What's this? Wow, Nikola is a common name. There's no widely named person. Alright, that's okay. Let's do this. Now I'll ask you, did Nikola Tesla ever change his name? No, Nikola Tesla did not change his name, but his surname Tesla comes from his father's occupation. All right, so Gemini has no recollection of Nikola changing his name. It's just ask ChatGPT, Jesse. You know what? Let's go Grok. Even though Grok is a fucking federal informant, we'll ask it anyway. Right. Do you have any knowledge of Nikola Tesla changing his name? Nope. Did not change his name. Alright. You're kind of out there by yourself on that one. Belbeck? I don't know, man. It's not that I don't believe you either. I was just kidding. I really do believe you, but it's hard for me to stand on that. Like, I can't defend. I need more knowledge.
Of 1919. And all of the personnel, basically, from American Marconi were transferred to RCA Tesla with them. Tesla remained with RCA from 1919 until 1939. He was an engineer, then he was an engineer in charge of development and engineering, then he was director of engineering. 1935, he became vice president of RCA and director of all engineering and research worldwide.
All right, let's just stop.
He remained in that position.
Let me just stop there. Right. Let's see if we can get some proof on that, at least. That would make me feel better. Did he ever work for RCA? Please. Nope, they have no they have no recollection of anything you're talking about right now, bro. They're saying everything you said is rhetoric. Its primary purpose was to take over the asset of the American Marconi Company after World War I. They did acknowledge that. Damn, bro. Your boy Belbeck is just out here talking with nobody backing him up, saying that this happened. It's kind of hard, bro. It's a hard reality right now, my boy. Damn. Hey, you 2-0. 2-0. Yeesh.
position until 1939 when he retired. There was a retirement party for him at Cherry Hill, New Jersey. It's a matter of record, though I haven't been able to get back there and find it in the archives. Somebody else did and told me about it. The other peculiar aspect of that was that he changed his name. One of the reasons why people cannot trace him in the records is because about 1928 or 29 he changed his name officially from Nikola Tesla to Dr. Nikola Turbo, T-E-R-B-O.
T-E-R-B-O. Okay. This. All right. All right. All right. Strike three. Strike three. Uh-oh. Strike two. Strike two. Not three. Something's happening. Something is happening. Something is happening. Hold on. Shit. Alright. Remember that part in Dumb and Dumber? He said, Harry, just when I thought you couldn't do anything more stupider, you totally redeem yourself. Yeah. Holy shit. Apparently, shit might be true.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever.
Easy, easy. We're not pushing whatever you selling.
It's been a lifelong experience for me. As I say, 86 years old. I used to say I was going to make it to 100. Now I've set it to 105. And I'm still working on that above 105, but it has nothing.
Tesla said that he want to live like 140 or something.
Okay. He was good in invention, not so good in mathematics. So he did realize. When I met him, as they say, how can I possibly know Tesla? Well, I met Tesla when I was around 10 years old, and I have already published in the new publication of a book about Tesla's correspondence with relatives that was just republished again about a year ago. And I wrote the afterword for that. And in that afterword, I described something that it took me 70 years at least to figure out what was going on. Because when I met Tesla as a young boy, and I know that it was just my mother and myself that were visiting New York. She dressed me up so that I was ready to go to Radio City Music Hall, and I was interested in doing that, and then she tricked me a little bit as first we're going to see Uncle.
So the name of this video is William H. Turbo, my granduncle Nikola Tesla. Oh shit. Belbeck, I thought you was I don't know, bro. I was losing faith, right? You started saying shit, I couldn't find nothing. I just had to look a little bit harder. You totally redeemed yourself. So the internet has scrubbed most of any recollection. Look, ChatGPT doesn't know, and Grok doesn't even know that Nikola Tesla changed his name. That's wild.
Nikola. And I wasn't terribly interested in doing that, but what can I do? It's my stop before the Radio City Music Hall. And what I didn't realize at the time that Tesla had such a lot of idiosyncrasies or affectations, however you want to call it, that he was always a little aloof in meeting people. It was like he wanted to protect himself from meeting people. Yet when I met him, he hugged me and kissed me and mussed my hair. And if
This is strange that he kissed you.
it's all strange. At the time, I didn't think about it because I'd been brought up more in the English way of doing it, and I expected to shake hands with him, not that I'd be grabbed and hugged and kissed by this elderly guy who almost had to get on his hands and knees in order to do it because he was really tall. I thought at that time that this was a good indication. As I say, for 40 years, he was simply my father's uncle. And we all...
For 40 years, he was his father's uncle. What type of Arabic puzzle is this? Is this some type of riddle? My father's uncle. Yeah, so that makes him your uncle too. All right. I think we found out what we want to know. There is validity in this name change of Nikola Tesla. Let's get back to it. I thought Belbeck was on some bullshit, but apparently he's the real deal. All right, let's keep going, Belbeck. Sorry about that, bro.
Which I believe is a cousin's name. The reasons for that are somewhat obscure, but seem to be based on the fact that the name Tesla was being buried in the literature as a nonentity and somebody who was, if not a crackpot, close to it by the power interests and the vested interests, and RCA was uncomfortable about it. So speculation is that, by agreement, he changed his name. The name has been erased from the RCA archives of Tesla. If you look up for pay records and such, you will not find the name Tesla in the RCA records. You will find the name Dr. Nikola Turbo, I'm sorry. That is there. That's been researched by a friend of mine. Well, along in 1931, Tesla did demonstrate a practical usage for the transmission of wireless power. And that was his famous automobile in 1931 in New York City. A Pierce Arrow, which he took the standard motor out, probably the standard transmission, and put an electric motor, a special control box. Nobody knows what was in it because he carried it with him. Whenever he was going to demonstrate the car, he plugged it in the dashboard, twiddled a few knobs, turned on a switch, and he had power to run this 75 horsepower electric motor, which was quite sufficient power to move a Pierce Arrow. Ran all over New York City, got all kinds of press. It's in the press yet to these days, if you know where to look. And apparently ran upstate with it, too. Allegedly, the apocryphal stories say it is stored upstate New York someplace. He went up as far as Buffalo. And then he turned again to other things. He proved it was practical, and that was the important point. J.P. Morgan was already long dead. I do not know the exact date of his death. In 1933, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, getting a little ahead of the story again, became President of the United States. And, of course, invited Tesla to Washington again. Well, how are you, Mr. Tesla? The usual amenities. How would you like to do some work for the government again? But Tesla said yes. His fortunes weren't doing too well at that time, and he'd long since lost the royalties he was getting from George Westinghouse. He tore up the patent agreement in order to save Westinghouse's corporation. Cost him $10 million on the spot, and God knows how much after that. People have estimated 40 to 50 million. Anybody's estimate. So he said, yes, I'd work for the government.
I don't know if Trump is a... I doubt Trump is a reincarnation of Tesla. However, somebody in Trump's family definitely has something to do with time travel somewhere along the lines. Let me show you something. I'll show you something. I don't want a long video. 5 minutes is perfect. Perfect. Unmute it so it's not all stupid and muted.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend.
Shut up!
Prophecy of the last president.
Alright, here we go. The prophecy of the last president. Right? Now, this very well may be the last president. I don't know. But either way, there's a book called The Last President. Wait, why the fuck is Barron so tall? I didn't know Barron was that tall. By the way, Barron made like 350 million like last month in 1 hour. It was nuts. Barron, who is 6 feet tall, 6'7", was seen along his father and presidential candidate for Easter brunch in Mar-a-Lago. Barron is 6'7"? Definitely an Atlantean. 1000% Atlantean.
Here's where things get truly strange. Ingersoll Lockwood didn't stop with the adventures of Baron Trump. 2 years later, he published another book titled 1900, or The Last President. In this story, a political outsider becomes president and plunges New York City into chaos. The details are startling. The president lives on Fifth Avenue, the same location as Trump Tower. There are riots and unrest following his election, eerily reminiscent of events in 2016 and 2020. Even more bizarrely, Baron Trump's fictional adventures take him to Russia, foreshadowing Donald Trump's contentious ties to the country over a century later. These parallels have fueled countless conspiracy theories. Was Lockwood a time traveler, a clairvoyant, or was it all a strange coincidence? One that grows harder to dismiss the deeper you dive.
Chapter 5, The Mystery of Baron Trump. Let's shift focus to the real Baron Trump. At 18 years old, he's already a figure of intrigue. He's largely stayed out of the public eye, shielded by his mother, Melania, who fiercely protects his privacy. Yet his towering height, quiet demeanor, and striking resemblance to his father make him impossible to ignore. Melania Trump famously described him as Little Donald, saying he shares his father's love of business and leadership. Yet Baron also has his mother's reserved nature, staying largely out of the media's reach. In the fictional Baron Trump, we see a boy who doesn't quite fit in, a young aristocrat with bigger dreams than his surroundings can contain. Could Baron Trump too be destined for a unique path? Perhaps he's not just a footnote in his father's legacy, but a figure who will one day step into his own spotlight. Chapter 6, Conspiracy.
Is that Patrick Bet David up there? This is all Jesus. This is crazy.
Or coincidence? The internet is divided. On one hand, skeptics dismiss the connections as coincidences. After all, the name Trump wasn't uncommon in the 19th century. On the other hand, conspiracy theorists have woven intricate tales of time travel, secret codes, and prophetic visions. The connections between the adventures of Baron Trump and today's Trump family are too striking to ignore. The aristocratic boy with a noble name and an extraordinary destiny.
I have a question for you.
Nope. Either way, you guys can go check out The Last President or 1910. They call it, the book is called both 1910 or The Last President. And basically you're going to find out that way before, like, this book was written, what, over almost a century ago? And it, like, that's eerie that he would say a Trump. Like, if it was the other way around, yeah, we get it. But for this Trump to, both Trumps and the book that was written before he was even born, to be on Fifth Avenue, become president, cause all, like, there's too many coincidences. So I definitely believe, my whole point is, I definitely believe there was some type of time travel there. Trump is smart. Trump, I'm not saying he's not smart. His his aura, let's just say that, everything that it embodies doesn't give off that Nikola Tesla vibe. Elon, a little bit, maybe. I don't know.
And he was appointed director of the then budding project called Project Invisibility. In 1934, of course, left Chicago, as I outlined previously, and went to the Institute. There at the Institute were a number of other people. I would like to go a little bit into their background and what took place to lay the groundwork for the development of such a system and such an idea. I won't go on any hairy math, but I will go into the history of the mathematicians and such that took part in this entire operation. Now, Tesla I fairly well covered. The second person was David Hilbert, born in Königsberg, Germany, 23 January 1862. He was very contemporary with Tesla.
All right, David Hilbert. Here's one of those people that I say, why we have never heard about this guy, right? We hear about Alan Turing and all these other people, but why we never heard about David Hilbert? And I have my own theory on why we've never heard about this guy. But when I looked him up, he's definitely somebody we should have heard about. Like, his name should be just as famous. Why? Because he created new fields of mathematics that did not exist. One of those fields was the foundation for what now we know as AI. But they always give the credit to somebody else and multiple people. It's kind of like when I hear people brag about Pythagoras, but then they don't never tell you that Pythagoras from Greece, and they got Greek fraternities, and you know that's a big thing. The Greek fraternities, the Greek sororities, and I see people breaking their necks to get into these Greek fraternities and sororities, and then I'm like, wait, the people you're praising literally begged another group of people who the world hates, which is black people, for this knowledge. They literally begged, and not that they weren't black Greeks. That's not what I'm saying. They were black Greeks. But I'm talking about from today's standpoint, we have already divided these nations up mentally to what we think people look like based on today's time. Right? So the Africans had all type of schools, mystery schools. That Pythagoras waited outside the mystery school for 1 year just to learn before he learned and stayed. From what I hear, he stayed a good 20 years, and then he went back to Greece, and then he taught them this, that, and the third. So my thing is, it's not so much racial, it's more, well, why you don't tell the whole story? That's my thing. Tell the whole story. Why are you omitting parts, making it seem like if you would tell the whole story, it may inspire some people, and they may come back and say, that's exactly what we don't want. We don't need your fucking people getting inspired in all this silly business. Right? They're doing fine over there, doing jazz hand, dancing to bullshit. Leave them right there. Leave them right there. There's no need for none of this intellectual discourse that you've been out here talking about, Saladin. They are happy in fucking videos doing jazz hands. Leave them be, sir. Leave them be. Huh? I found him to be amazing. I don't know what I made after this. Oh, this was the last. Yeah, this was the last slide. I didn't have a lot of time to do a lot of slides this morning. But David Hilbert was another one that was involved in these projects, along with Einstein. That's right, Lisa. I always say that. If you can't be used, you're useless, right? I always say that, Miss Lisa Ann. All right, let's get back to, but that's another one for your notes right there. Look up David Hilbert. Let me see some of the different concepts of mathematics he was able to come up with. One was the Hilbert space. That I know that was one of them. So, unless you're a nerd into mathematics, none of this is going to really appeal to you. But functions becoming vectors. So we get that vector from, allegedly, from David Hilbert. Infinite dimensional coordinates, quantum mechanics. It says Hilbert realized something ahead of his time. If we treat functions and abstract objects like vectors, then geometry can solve everything. This was the birth of functional analysis, quantum mechanics, information theory, Fourier theory, neural networks, signal processing, machine learning geometry. This book right here, which book? Is that it? Where is it? Never mind. Is that you down there? Understanding? Nope, that's not it. There is a book though. Now, let me just grab one of these books because I want to make a point. I just want to make a point. You know, I had to start, when I got into stuff like, now imagine not knowing nothing. I didn't know anything when I started taking some of these courses in college, man. I didn't. And the reason I was struggling so much, I found out later why I was struggling. I did not, all of the jargon that they was using in computer science came from math, and I didn't know that. So the stronger you are in math, then you're going to be a whiz at computer science, because it is literally abstract of the math. topic and knowledge base, computer science. So even today, even though we have AI, if you have somebody, a young grandson, grandchild, grandniece, somebody's in 9th, 8th grade, push them towards physics, calculus, geometry. Push them towards the math. Push them towards it. Because that is the language they're using to keep people outside of full understanding. Trust me when I tell you, I already went through this. I went through this. And I couldn't understand why I didn't understand. And then later on, I said, you didn't understand because you didn't understand math. You didn't understand the language of math. You didn't even understand math formulas. You have to understand mathematical formulas. You have to understand the concept of advanced math. And if you're running from that because you want to do fucking poetry, because you want to do something more simple, if you can't be used, you're useless. We don't need more poets, nigga. We need somebody that understands advanced math. We need somebody that understands the language of math. God damn it. Poetry is a dozen. I can find a poet right now. By accident, go outside and just blindly throw a rock. First person to hit, are you a poet? Yeah, my mixtape is... Fuck your mixtape, nigga. I was just proving a point. I don't give a shit about your mixtape. I'm going to keep it 1,000 with you. Do you understand functional analysis? Information theory? Now, I don't know what you're talking about. Exactly. I need to talk to Khan Academy. I need to understand. We ain't hear nothing about your bullshit mixtape right now. Please. We got serious shit going on. And I'm not involved. And I want to be involved. But I don't understand. I'm behind 100 years. Please, miss me.
He went to various universities, University of Königsberg, and that was in 1880-84. 1885, he acquired his PhD in math. And then from that point on, he was teaching in various university systems in Germany up until the time of his retirement in 1930. Now, what did he do? He developed 4 or 5, I believe I count, 5 different systems of mathematics, of which only the 5th is important to us in terms of the project, and that was his so-called Hilbert space.
Hilbert space, all right? This is the main thing that's used in AI today, in machine learning today. But he's not even talking about, this dude is not even talking about AI or machine learning. He's talking about something else that's going to be part of the Philadelphia experiment. It's just, you know, I'm laughing up here because I'm laughing at Larry P. and Uncle Andy. Larry P. said the average American thinks they don't need a seatbelt because they can grab the old shit handle and they crash. No understanding of physics at all. And it's funny because we don't, bro. And it's sad because we think we're so tough. We think we're so badass. And how can you be a badass if you don't understand? People appease us, right? They know we don't understand. So they just come down to our level and appease us on our level. But when they ride away, they think you're a fucking idiot, bro. They don't think you're cool. You think you're cool. They don't think you're cool. They know fully they're taking advantage of you. It's bad. Angie said she grew up around that well water. And these people, these groups don't want us. They're doing everything in their power, as we can see. to keep us dumbed down. So it is not, don't put the responsibility of educating your children in any entity. Yo, the poor education, man. Yo, they're not on your side. They're not on your side. You have to be proactive, not reactive, because what will happen is they will push your young one all the way to 12th grade and then just send them out there with no. You might as well have sent them to Serbia with no fucking, and a pair of Tommy Bahama shorts and shirt set with some shades on, right? That's what it's like when they get out of, after that summer, that first summer when they get out of high school. It's like being in flip-flops, Tommy Bahama gear, and they in Russia. Shit is about to get cold, Jack. You understand? Playtime is over, boy. You got the rent or not? What? Nigga, I need you out my house. Yo, it's about to get cold, Jack. And they are not prepared. They don't know shit. Not enough to compete with the thousands, the millions of others lined up for these positions. They don't know enough. They don't even care enough to show up as expected. You understand? There was one time in his life that he got a suit. And it was a powdered blue suit for prom. And the whole family had to chip in. And this is what he will be wearing on his job interview. Right? It is baggy, yes. But we're going to see what happens. And it's not so much that he don't have the money to buy clothing. He got on $200 sneakers. Huh? He got on a $500 winter jacket. The money's coming from somewhere. So, as a group, collectively, we must stand out and say, listen, we got to reprioritize where we're spending our money. Every other group has done this. Every other group. Big up to the Asian people, right? Black people always talk about who's fucking racist. Yo, the Asians are racist. Everybody don't like you, bro. You're stupid. Knock it off. Knock it off. Obviously, we have some intelligent black people. I'm talking about as a group representation according to how the perception. I know fully goddamn well we got geniuses over here. But the perception. So what I'm saying is more people should be aggravated. More people should be fucking upset that the perception of us is so docile. And it's not just perception. There's a group of people who pretty much is docile. But if you really want to be strong, we need the knowledge. We need to embrace intellect, not push it away. Shit is crazy.
Hilbert space, as it has been coined, was a very abstruse and, let us say, mathematically far-out system for describing, in mathematical terms, multiple universes and multiple realities. It was very important that somebody outlined this in terms of mathematics to prove that such a thing could be, even though nobody had ever proved it in fact, at least not in our society or civilization to that point. During that period when von Neumann was teaching in Germany, 1926 to 1930, he met Hilbert, did a paper on Hilbert in German, I don't have it, and of course he himself left in 1930. But Hilbert developed this work. He retired in 1930 because he had had a severe illness in 1926, pernicious anemia. They thought he'd die of it because they didn't really have a cure for it in those days, but somebody came forth in Germany with a cure which was effective and worked. So Dr. Hilbert recovered, taught for another 4 years, retired, and he died in 1943, I believe. February Königsberg. He did not see the fruits of his labor, so to speak. Maybe he was better off, who knows. In any case, Hilbert played a very important part and was a very highly respected mathematician in Germany. He was ranked with on the top of the last 2 or 3 centuries. Perhaps not in the top echelon, number 1, but he was very, very well respected for his work. Albert Einstein, of course, most people have heard of and know much about. He was born 14 March 1879, Ulm, Germany. He was considered, if you can believe this, a very slow learner as a kid, until he latched on to some books in mathematics. When he latched on to those books in mathematics, things changed. He became a sort of a child prodigy in mathematics, and he went on to school, took various degrees, and won various prizes. He took his PhD at the University of Zurich, 1905. It was at that period of time when he couldn't get work. He went to work with the patent office in Zurich, 1905 to, I believe, 1907 or thereabouts. And also during that period, approximately, he started to work on and developed his theory of special relativity. When that was released, he had offers of work all over Europe. He was considered a genius and that sort of thing. And he had no problem getting any work and teaching in the university systems in Europe. Later on, he released the general theory of relativity. And he was very highly respected. Stayed on in Germany. In 1928, he did travel a bit. He learned a number of things, met a number of people, including Lord Russell of England, to whom he first released his general theory, or rather universal theory of relativity, which is the one which has been said to never have been published and have been withdrawn. It was withdrawn temporarily on the request, in fact, almost the statements of necessity by Lord Russell of, one, the world is not ready for this. 2, if you release this, who knows what will happen as a result of your mathematics and what you were showing. So he did withdraw it, at least for then, and said he had to make corrections. Regardless of what corrections he may or may not have made, it was released at a later date. I do not know when, but it was released in the United States secretly. Now, in 1930, as the Nazi Party was rising to power, not because he was under pressure to leave Germany, but because friends of his insisted he had better leave Germany. And unlike the many of the reports which have been issued in some biographies of Einstein, he was not forced to leave Germany. Then the National Socialist Party considered him a national asset and did not want him to leave. They wanted him to stay. His friends smuggled him out, literally, in 1930 to California, where he taught for 3 years at Caltech, lived there in Pasadena. And a friend of mine, an Englishman now dead, named Jan Foreman, who was a man who developed the proximity fuse in England during World War II, as well as an early magnetron, not the one that was adopted for radar systems, had 40 patents. He used to go into Pasadena, and he met Einstein there, and he was the first one that told me, oh, Einstein was in Pasadena, California, teaching at Caltech for a number of years. So he, among others, was invited to join the Institute in 1933, which he did, along with von Neumann. I do not know how many actually, during that period, joined the Institute. Somebody will do the research on it. And he remained there until his death in 1955. His contributions were, first, the universal field theory, which went into the hands of the United States government. Precisely what part that played in the project, I don't know. But it was there. And he was the virtual director of the Institute and was what they call the basic consultant to all the projects. So anybody had a problem, Einstein was consulted. In any case, that's enough about Einstein. And John Erich von Neumann was born 28 December 1903, Budapest, Hungary, the son of a wealthy Jewish merchant, had 2 brothers and a sister. He was somewhat of a prodigy himself. At the age of 8, he was handling 8-digit numbers in his head for division, to multiplication. 1925.
Now, if you're missing if you're like, yo, what is he talking about right now? Then you probably missed the first part of my show. The first part of my show, I went over some of the people involved in the Philadelphia experiment, and he's mentioning everybody that was involved, but you know, these are the mathematicians that were involved. Now, I'm going to read something, and I'm going to give this man his credit because I think he deserves that. I didn't want to tell you before who this guy was because a lot of times people will judge the source and say, oh, I'm not going to accept the knowledge. And maybe I still won't right now. Hold on. What was the main objective when they made the L Ridge? The main objective in 1943 was to create a vessel that could not be detected by radar, could not be seen when and if they were in battle. Thus, by using Einstein's formula to transfer of energy, E equals squared, Dr. David Hilbert space equations, including the virtual reality and virtual space equations, and Dr. Leviton's time equation, they saw how they could create a generator to produce enough energy to stop moving in time and continue moving in one spot in time. The moving of the molecules would alter mass. Anything seen when mass is altered would become unseen by the physical eye. Damn! Damn. Einstein wrote a letter to former President Franklin D. Roosevelt and told him that they might be able to build an atomic bomb. FDR urged for the study of the release of nuclear energy, which eventually led to the production of the atomic bomb. All right, we'll talk about MJ12 and all of that stuff later. Right now, let me just Google something for you guys so that you know what we're talking about. And I'm just going to type in Philadelphia experiment. Just to see what happens, right? Kicks and giggles. So there's a wiki up there. What else is up? There's a movie? 1984? Nah. We definitely don't want nothing to do with that goddamn movie. We're good. We are good on that. Alright. Alright. I hate to use the... I don't really want to use the wiki. Naval History and Heritage. Alright. I'll use this. It's not a government website. It's basically some personal site. I'll use it for now. Allegedly, and that's a good way to put it, because the United States, I think they're claiming this never happened or some crazy shit. Allegedly, in the fall of 1943, the U.S. Navy destroyer was made invisible and teleported from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to Norwalk, Virginia. In an incident known as the Philadelphia Experiment, records in the Archives branch of the Naval History and Heritage Command have been repeatedly searched, but no documents have been located which confirm the event or in any interest by the Navy in attempting such an achievement. Well, again, you would have people come over to my show and say, look, there's no scientific evidence that any of this happened. You're talking crazy nonsense, Saladin. That's what they said when I said that the vaccine could possibly be hurting you. Then you called the authorities on me and said, oh, Saladin's over there spreading lies. It's going to hurt people. We should all go out and get the vaccine. Now, in the year 2025 of your Lord, they're saying something totally different. Hold up. Let's just live, type this in. Vaccine. Hold up. Let's say the whole thing. COVID-19 vaccine said to have killed 10 kids. Let's just see what happens. FDA linked to 10 children's deaths. ABC News to COVID-19 vaccines. Huh? NPR. FDA claims there's a link between COVID-19 vaccines and pediatric deaths. Shall we go on? You fucking jackasses? NBC News. Huh? New York Times. Huh? You think I needed these jackasses to tell me what I intuitively already knew? No. But you need a guy in a white lab coat. That is part of the Stanley Milgram trauma that you're affected by. You always need a guy in a white lab coat to tell you, no, this is ketchup and this is mustard. Oh, okay, I forgot. And what's relish again? Your brain. Your brain is relish. Where's these same people now that reported me to YouTube and YouTube took my channel? Hey, you can't be over there saying, we are following the science. Funguli. Follow the science. The science, you don't know enough about science. Like Larry P said, you just over here trying shit willy-nilly, bro. You don't know what's going on. Just trying shit willy-nilly, and everyone is just some type of experiment. Like, that's crazy. It's crazy that you're using everyone as an experiment, and it's crazier that people have blind faith in you. So, the USA may say that none of this shit happened. I don't mean I believe what they say either. They lie about a bunch of shit. The ship involved in the experiment was supposedly the USS Eldridge. The Archives has reviewed the deck log and war diary from Eldridge, commissioned on the 27th of October 1943 at the New York Navy through the December 1943. The following description of Eldridge's activities are summarized from the ship's war diary. After commissioning, Eldridge remained in New York and in the Long Island Sound until September 16th, when it sailed to Bermuda. From 18 September, the ship was in vicinity of Bermuda undergoing training and sea trials under 15th October, when Eldridge left in a convoy for New York, where the convoy entered on October. Eldridge remained in New York Harbor. Okay, he's just repeating shit now. Shit is getting spooky. Supposedly, the crew of civilian merchant ships, the SS Andrew, observed the arrival via teleportation of the Eldridge in Norfolk area. So basically, what we're talking about is this possibly, most definitely did happen. No one wants to admit the teleportation of a military carrier after using the mathematic formulas of the world's most brilliant mathematicians and electrical engineers. No, the particle collider is most definitely the biggest willy-nilly. That is hands down the biggest willy-nilly out here. And to this day. Remember they shut it down for like a few years? And then they announced, no, they're going to... Why did they shut it down? You shut it down for a reason. Why did you shut it down, bro? Don't tell me, oh, it cost a lot of money and it wasn't getting funded. Bullshit. Bullshit. You shut it down for a reason. Why did you put it back? Now, let's just stop right there. Let's get some alien talk going. It's about that time we do some alien talk. We are at, I like to write things down. We're at 37:35. We might want to come back. 37:35. Let's get some alien talk going.
Published by Gray Barker in West Virginia before his demise. But ostensibly, nobody knew really who they were, and they were doing a job of monitoring and picking up any references to UFOs. Everybody thought they were an arm of the government. The evidence I have now indicates that they're not. They are themselves extraterrestrial. And for whatever reason, they are keeping control over the dissemination of information and photographs of other UFO and ET groups. What their modus operandi is, I have no idea. Question up front.
Okay, I heard that we were receiving visitors from the planet where the spaceship Wormwood. Do you know anything about Wormwood?
Nothing about Wormwood.
Hold on. Let's go even a little bit further past that. Here we go.
Could that have been the basis for the Orion group, or the Orion Confederation? I would say there's a good possibility of it, but I don't know.
See? You got another guy talking about the Orion Confederation, right? I mention these things. You guys, you know, some people that come over here want to be skeptics instead. And I know what it is. Again, I try to have the patience with you, with your cognitive dissonance, right? Even though you try your best to offend me, because I won't show you where I'm getting my information from, right? Look, if you ever tried to become an alchemist to turn lead to gold, you would find the same information I'm finding. Meaning, I don't have to show you all my sources. If you really wanted to know if this was true, all you got to do is try to look. And then you too will find the same information I'm finding and realize, oh, okay. There are some credible people out here that's saying these things, but their voice is being stifled. So I'm not the only one that's talking about a Federation of Galactic Light, the Galactic Federation, the Orion Federation. Huh?
A great deal of investigators and people taking pictures. John Keel was heavily involved in this during the 60s. He saw some of them, and they would usually drive in a black Cadillac, which was a fact. It was photographed, and the picture was published by Gray Barker in West Virginia before his demise. But ostensibly, nobody knew really who they were, and they were doing a job of monitoring and picking up any references to UFOs. Everybody thought they were an arm of the government. The evidence I have now indicates that they're not. They are themselves extraterrestrial. And for whatever reason, they are...
They themselves are extraterrestrial. That's what he said, in case you couldn't understand his accent.
Are keeping control over the dissemination of information and photographs of other UFO and ET groups. What their modus operandi is, I have no idea. question up front.
Okay, I heard that we were receiving visitors from the planet where the spaceship Wormwood. Do you know anything about Wormwood?
Nothing about Wormwood. I've heard this term several times, but I know nothing of it. The man in the back.
Are you familiar with the book Tarantula?
Yes, I'm familiar with the title.
Well, in there it said that said that when Lucifer took out and went into rebellion.
So the guy's asking something about more in a religious sense about Lucifer. We'll get into Lucifer maybe again next week. This happens, right? Because when people, this is why I like the concept of a mystery school, because the concept of a mystery school is that you pledge to stick around and you know that you're going to learn, but you're going to learn it in time, right? So what happens is you make the first grade and you accept, I am in the first grade, whatever they call this grade is what they call it, right? They call it an initiate, whatever they're going to call it. But you know I'm not going to learn what the second grade people learn until I'm in that level, until I'm on that level. But you proudly are happily where you are at your level. When you're not in a mystery school and you don't have structure on your information that's coming in, it could get convoluted because you try to learn more than you should learn before ahead of time, and you're still basing stuff on the old information, the false information that you was given. And then you try to mesh the information together, and when it doesn't fit, you're like, yo, this is malarkey. Not wanting to consider everything you learned was malarkey. Right? And you say, how could that ever be? That wouldn't even have happened. Why wouldn't it have happened? You tell me why it wouldn't have happened. I mean, it would have been exposed by now, would it? Who's in charge of information? Why would it have been exposed by now? Why do you think it would have been exposed by now? Suppose someone did try to expose it and it just fell on deaf ears. You understand? So, I do believe the idea of a mystery school is a good one. Now, what mystery school? That's the thing. Can't tell you which one to join. However, I often say this is a public mystery school. That being the case, I still have to apply organization. I still have to apply some structure. You understand? So the videos are never just, I'm never just doing random videos because I think I can get views. Actually, sometimes I get way more views than I expected to even get, because I'm not even doing these videos for views. I'm doing these videos to educate the few. The few. And when you wake up in 5 years, then you be like, yo, I don't need to tell you what grade you on, right? You'll just know you're on level 3. Intuitively. You'll know if you are an initiate, and you'll know if you are an adept. No one needs to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. You understand? You don't need a black belt to verify who you are, because you should genuinely want to know the information. And hopefully you are using it to make the world a better place. These are the facts. Carlton, where you been at? Carlton unblocked. Carlton, did I have you blocked, bro? Wait, Carlton, did you get yourself blocked on a bunch of channels and then just change your name to Carlton Stanton unblocked? I thought I unblocked you. I'm pretty sure I unblocked Carlton like 2 months ago. That's a fact.
It's a very good possibility. Question was, when Lucifer, as per the biblical statements, rebelled and took all the other people and planets with him and formed his own organization, as it were, could that have been the basis for the Orion group, or the Orion Confederation? I would say there's a good possibility of it, but I don't know. It seems like we have no more questions, so I think with this we will end it, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Well, this is a little off subject here, but I've read somewhere that the Germans did have alien technology. Apparently there was a downed craft. I believe it was a Palladian craft that they got their hands on.
Yes,
do you have any direct knowledge of this, or is it just through your research that you found out about this?
The information I was given was that the Palladians, that is, deliberately crashed a vehicle in the Bavarian Mountains in late 1935 to give them the technology. And
whatever you do, don't tell Roderick Thornton that people outside of Jamel Saladin believes in the Palladians, right? Please don't tell Roderick that, people outside of Jamel Saladin believes in the Palladians. There's a bunch of information. Because when I tend to talk about it, right, I don't know. You a fool. Why am I a fool? Because the book say your God created me. That's not even what the book say. I tell you what the book say. Hold on. That's not what the book say. The book does not say that one God created you, bro. It does not say that. The problem is you never read the book. That is the problem. It actually says in the beginning, the Elohim created the heaven and the earth. Who are the Elohim? That would be plural. Just like you have cherubim. What are cherubims? Angels, no? But is it one angel? Or would that be a cherub? Or would that be a cherub? So what's the differentiation between cherub and cherubim? Or the seraphim? What's the differentiation? The I am, right? The I am makes it plural, more than one. The Nephilim. That's a group of giants, no? How do you know that? They're talking about a group. Because your logic tells you I read about a group of the cherubim. I read about a group of the seraphim. I read about a group of the Nephilim. Why on God's green earth would it get to the Elohim and not be a group too, sir, ma'am? Huh? All of a sudden, I am is not good for groups and pluralities anymore? Why? Because one person told you? No, that means one God. Use your brain. Use your brain, not your emotions. Not your emotions, not what you was taught, right? As long as I got King Jesus. Easy. Easy on the Pepsi, Fuller. So, it says right there, Genesis 26, and the Elohim said, let us make. See, now it starts to make sense. It never made sense your way. This is why when I ask you, who is us? Who is they? Then you start telling me all type of silly shit. It's the Trinity and the... Whoa. I think it makes way more sense my way, brother, sister. If you just calm down not try to come up with crazy ideas. And the Elohim, the group, said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish and seas. So off the bat, as For Extra would say, we're talking about extraterrestrials. Off the bat. Not even wasting time. First verse, first book, set off with extraterrestrials. And the Elohim created the heavens and the earth. Oh, really? So I don't understand why in the year 2025 of your Lord, when I mention these extraterrestrials, you are still flabbergasted and confounded by ignorance. It makes no good sense to me. The only thing that I can think of to resolve this conclusion is that you yourself are not even trying, and you are being what they call willfully ignorant. Yeah. And for this, I cannot feel sad for you. The Vatican did say that, Lisa, and you are absolutely right that the Vatican definitely said that we need to prepare our cognition for the acceptance that we are not sharing this realm alone. And that absolutely.
Also, apparently enough gold to bail out the Reichsbank, because they, and this was, when I say the Pleiadians, this was a very specific group of them, the Aldebaran group.
Right, there's several.
Yeah, there's 5
Pleiadians.
basic.
Okay.
7 sisters planet, they call it, 7 star systems. All.
See, he's talking about the Pleiadians. He's talking about different variations of the Pleiadians. You understand? Now, what happened when I told you that some Lyrans was sent to the Pleiades by the Galactic Federation because, for different reasons, some of the Lyran planets were destroyed by the reptilians, number 1. See, I start to have that conversation. You like, I ain't never heard of that. But you did hear about a fucking guy getting swallowed by a whale and was in his belly for 3 days. What are we talking about? You definitely heard about 3 Hebrew boys, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, getting put in a pizza oven and not coming out even singed or even smell like. You heard about that, right? That's not bizarre. That's like, you like, yeah, I heard of that. Everybody know that story about the 3 Hebrew boys. None of that is peculiar to you. None of that is peculiar to you. But I tell you about the history of some different species, intergalactic species, and now you all thrown off. Well, I ain't never, you know what I'm saying? This shit sound foolish to me. Brother, there's a bunch of things I can name that sound fucking foolish. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. I can only give you the information. You understand? You have to work yourself through your own cognitive dissonance.
Vehicle in the Bavarian Mountains in late 1935 to give them the technology. And also, apparently, enough gold to bail out the Reichsbank, because they, and this was, when I say the Pleiadians, this was a very specific group of them, the Aldebaran group.
Right, there's several.
Yeah, there's 5
Pleiadians.
basic.
Okay.
7 sisters planet, they call it, 7 star systems, all part of the Pleiadians. There's 7 planetary systems, and 4 or 5 of them are part of the council, and the Aldebaran group is one of these, what should we call it, a splinter group. They're almost outlaws, not truly outlaws, but they do not heed the follow any of the rulings of the General Council, and they do things on their own. And they were concerned because they had helped engineer some of the Aryan groups, and Hitler was saying that he was all for the Aryans, and they bought that, and they were concerned with this, and they were able to time travel, and they saw that Hitler was going to be losing the war, and they were concerned about preserving the Aryan stock. So they offered to help Hitler. Certain conditions went with it, and this is one of the interesting aspects of it, because I got wind of this and got the information, and literally the information came from the horse's mouth.
Which horse?
The Pleiadians.
Oh, that you got?
Yes.
Okay.
And they made an agreement. They tried to make an agreement with Roosevelt. Roosevelt wouldn't have it. And they said at that point they realized, because they would not, Roosevelt would not work with them, they realized there was going to be World War II. Because if Hitler had not come to the power point, which he did, because of the aid he got, and Roosevelt had accepted the help of the Pleiadians to get out of the Depression, which part of was concerned, their concern was that Roosevelt abjured war. In other words, will follow a peaceful course and not get involved in Europe. It could have avoided World War II. That was what the Pleiadians' basis of thinking was at that time, as I understand it. And I have to say, as I understand it.
Yeah, that's true, and I'm sure we're going to get into that as we talk about the Montauk Project. But what do you think the negative side for us would have been had we made those agreements?
That's a very good question. Certain things happened, and this is, of course, looking at the overall spectrum, which you can do now much better than you could, let's say, in 1940, or 35 even. Hitler was given help. His rise to power came in 1930.
The Aryans, well, a lot of people have the story messed up, Lisa Ann. So that's why I try to slowly let people know. I keep mentioning the different races of people. When I talk about race, I'm not talking about the phenotypes of that were created by Johann Blumenbach with a race class system based off the skull and melanation. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actual humanoid species differentiated by origin, star seeds, right? So we have different star seeds down here on this planet, and some who would eventually be who we would categorize in the category of the Aryans today. But then see that you get a group of people they get some of it and then they run off to the races, right? So then let's just take the Aryan Brotherhood, the white nationalists, and they got along the line some information, right? That they was part of the Nordics and the Atlanteans and all this stuff. And then they said, we are the master race. They weren't the only race that knew how to be geneticists and manipulate. They weren't the only one with advanced technology, the Atlanteans. That's why it's called the Galactic Federation. You have different starseeds that join together. But some were more unruly than others. But then you have primitive beings who say they take the whole message a different way and they take it to the next step. So instead of saying, I'm proud to be of this starseed, they said, they just stepped it up a notch. Now, why they stepped it up a notch, they could have been prompted to, or they could have just got a battery in their back and say, we are the original master race. They just went around offending everybody else, not knowing there was other races out here. You got Maldekians down here. You got Martians, right? You got reptilians. Syrians, Orions, Pleiadians. You got a different race, true starseed races down here.
But his meteoric rise of the Wehrmacht, of the German war machine, was unbelievable between 1935 and 1939. He rearmed Germany and became the power of Europe, in fact, the power of the world,
Almost
in a 4 to
overnight.
5 years.
Yeah.
Overnight.
Unbelievable.
It was unbelievable. He had outside help, obviously. He had financial help in order to pay everybody. He also used the financial trick under Schacht, who was the head of the Reichsbank, of doing what we had done originally in the U.S. Constitution money was issued by the government and not by the banks. The banks will charge you interest, and eventually they'll bury you. But he did the same thing in Germany. He instituted constitutional money under the German Constitution by the banks being cut out of the picture.
I mean, if we're going to use fiat money, why wouldn't we have done that in the first place, right? I mean, ask yourself, why wouldn't we just pay back we can pay back $37 trillion. Don't ever think that we can't. Oh, we'll never pay it back. We could pay it back if we stop spending. Just stop spending for a little bit. Stop spending willy-nilly on stupid shit. Pay them back. Then institute constitutional money. We could have been did this. But this goes to show that obviously this is a puppet and puppet master story, right? This is a story about Pinocchio and Geppetto and someone's hand up someone's ass, right? That's what this story is about. They don't want to pay it back. We didn't design this economy. The same German Jews designed this economy. It wasn't, I don't think it could have been for the United States in their best effort. Obviously now it wasn't for the United States for our best intentions. Obviously. We're taking a hit like never before, and now we're paying back. We don't even know who we're paying back because they put a buffer between the private banks called a Federal Reserve, right? So we got to deal with this buffer bullshit, which obscures what's really going on. But we have enough knowledge to know none of this makes sense. And like Belek said, we could have just went and instituted our own constitutional money.
Sure, in part. I don't think they cut them out totally.
Our Federal Reserve would not like that, by the way.
Well, we're not going to the Federal Reserve System. But he had the German government issue the money to pay for the war machine, to pay for the armaments he had ordered and so forth, and the whole thing went together very well. The German people were totally in back of Hitler. There were, of course, a few dissidents, and the dissidents eventually went to the camps. Now, one of the things which the Palladians extracted from him as an agreement for their help was, he says, we know you have a Jewish problem, but there will be no rough stuff. There will be no harsh handling of the Jewish situation. It will be handled discreetly, calmly, and with kid gloves. He agreed to this, and so did the man who was the head of the SS.
Is that Himmler?
Himmler. Himmler and Hitler both agreed to this, as well as the other top people. There was no hatred against the Jews in 1935-36. They were inviting them to leave. And large numbers did leave Germany between 1933 and 1939, roughly 1 million, because the German population of Jewish people dropped from 1.55 million in 33 to 0.55 million in 1939, those records coming out of the World Almanacs for the various years. So the official records show that the Germans were encouraged to leave, and they did, and they took their money and their possessions with them up to 1939.
You mean the German Jews?
The German Jews.
Right.
After that, it changed. Now, in 1941...
What was the other part of the agreement, by the way?
The other part of the agreement was that they wanted to see the Aryan people survive, which is why they were giving them help. Of course, Hitler, in terms of the German people, was claiming most of the German people of Aryan stock, and he was to preserve them and to make them a whole nation again, and essentially a whole civilization.
But was Hitler even an Aryan himself?
No, he was not. Hitler was Jewish, believe it or not.
Yeah, I've come across that a time or two.
Oh, yes.
His mother, I believe, was Jewish.
His mother was Jewish, and his true father, his official name was Adolf Schicklgruber. That was his father's name. His true father was fully Jewish. I was a Rothschild. His mother, apparently, used to do little chores and so forth for the Rothschilds, as many people in Germany did at the time, with the wealthy families. You go there, you do house chores, and you paid for it. And the Rothschilds were known to play around, and I guess his mother must have been in line with one of the Rothschilds, and the rest of the story was that, of course, Adolf was born out of that illegal wedlock, if you will.
Have you ever been able to corroborate that with anybody? Or is that just some research?
That's some of the research I've done. It is corroborated by some researchers, but I don't think there's any way of corroborating that on a hard, cold, factual basis.
There's not much.
I mean, it's really hard to even corroborate the fact that Tesla changed his name. Like, we didn't even know that. And that was hard enough to figure out. All right.
Consider yourself introduced.
All right. I think I'm going to take a break. If you want to see this documentary, you can go over to Beyond You TV. If you want to see the full-fledged Al Balek interview, or documentary, or whatever you want to call it, where he's explaining the Philadelphia Project in depth, then go over to Beyond You TV on Roku. You can also catch it on Android. You can download the app on Android Play Store. And there's a section we have for documentaries, and you can go over there and just see it right now. Right now, I got everything up there for free, so you might as well catch it right now. You might as well catch it right now. The developers are doing something. So there's some programs that's not being seen. So I didn't see the need to charge you to see any of it if you can't see the full experience. So more than likely it will be free for the month of December. Go over there and have a good old time. All that you find, you keep. All right. Now, it's amazing. We're going to get out of here. I see YouTube is up to its old shenanigans, right? And this is how you know they're up into shenanigans. I've been up here since 7 o'clock. It is now almost 12. And they said the most people that I got over here was 546. That would be impossible if I was talking about nonsense. If I was talking about Trump, it would be impossible. They would open up the doors. But because I'm educating you on something that they clearly don't want you to know, and there you have it. Right? Mikey B is in the house. Mikey B's over there doing his thing with Smitty Brim. We come a long way, Mike. You understand? We come a long way. A lot of people stopped doing it, bro. They thought it was just going to be, I'm going to ride off somebody else's reputation on YouTube. I'm not going to get no work done. And they found out. Now they not doing what happened. I thought they said they wanted to do YouTube. They don't want to be YouTubers no more. Thanks, Mike. Now they don't want to be YouTubers no more, that you got to do a little bit of work and all that. I see y'all over there. Y'all doing your numbers, bro. Y'all doing your thing. Keep going, man. Keep going. I tap in with y'all from every time and time again. Yes, sir. Thank everybody for tapping in this morning. Always be yourself. Always stay true to you. I promise you. You never have to worry about looking in the mirror. You heard me. I might be back on tonight, 7 o'clock. I'll think about it. Kush, what's good, Kush? Salute, man. Thanks for tapping in. I see y'all later on. Peace and blessings, for sure.